Ahoy! What's up? How's it going? Happy Monday. Happy fucking Monday. Happy Monday to you. Happy Monday to you.
Daring 89 by 3, woo, 3 months.
Chat, we're looking at Tesla. That's what's on the screen right now. Just to let you know who's going down, down. I'm going down, down in an earlier round. I gotta change my subtitle from morning stream prep to live on twitch.tv/Sevidus. Here on 95.5 FM Country. Nashville's #1 country station, 95.9 FM. Here's some Willie Garth Brooks. What's up, everybody? Great day. When I woke up today looking at the stocks and crypto, I was mega happy I sold so much yesterday. Yesterday was Sunday. Oh, you're talking about crypto. I guess that shit's 24/7, isn't it? Yeah, we'll talk about that. I don't want to say I called it, bruh. But I called it, bruh. Literally on Friday's stream. Literally, I called it. Holy shit, how's he so good? EV is such a meme. EV is a giga meme. Electric vehicle priced like tech companies. I don't know, man. All right. Hey, man, I called it, man. I called it. I was like, hey, man, Bitcoin, time to get out, man. Anyway, how's everyone doing today? Listen, the last week was fucking insane. All right? My portfolio is up like 9% in a week. All right, that shit's got to calm down. And today appears so far to be that correction. At least part of it. So what's going on? Hi, the rich Ricky, Zessie, Daring, the honorable, enlightened by bravery. Thanks for the 3 months, Daring. The chosen one, Steve. I am Jester. Trackley. Lab Tech. Tom. Ordained Existence. What's up, Jake? Jester is holy. Night Angel. Listen, you're all the way the fuck up there. You think I'm scrolling? Snow stuff. Lewis. Let me click this. Looks like we have Weatherman Yourliciousness in the Discord. All right. Tesla on fire. Listen, everything fucking needs a correction, okay? It's time. So what's up, everybody? How y'all doing? And we're in. Bop-a-doop-bop. 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 Bop-a-da-bop-da-bop-bop-a-doo. Bop-a-da-bop-da-bop-a-doo. All right. Got my high dividend portfolio set up this weekend. Dude, how much can dividends really get you? Can they get you? I don't know. How do you read the red and green bars? Red, bad, green, good. The red, the actual bar part indicates open and close of the minute. So every minute, where it opened that minute, where it closed that minute, and then the little lines that come off it are the extreme points that it hit during that minute. Now, there's a shitload of strategies to do from that. I don't give a fuck about them right now, at least. Impeachment today? I think it's tomorrow, right? Tomorrow or Wednesday, impeachment day? I like how Nancy was like, you've got 24 hours. So, look at this fucking bullish story. 2021 is the year of the EVs. What the fuck? Who wrote this? Yeah, I don't think impeachment's today, right? Nancy Pelosi basically was like, hey, man, to Pence. Hey, man, you've got 24 hours to fucking live it up with the 25th Amendment or we're impeaching. And Pence is like, all right, go for it. I mean, what the fuck you want me to do? Like, I love how Bitcoin fell along with the market for once. I mean, Bitcoin fell a little bit more than the fucking market, dude. Can you get Bitcoin on here? Like, as far as see it? Bitcoin liquid index. Dude. Dude. Do we need to bring out the drawing here? Yoink to yoink. Yo, that shit lost 26% in 23 hours. Yo, if the stock market in whole lost 26% of its value in 23 hours, a fucking rip, dude. Okay? Yo, yeah, not gonna happen. I don't even think it can happen. Can that even happen? I think this exchanges just turn off. I think they would just turn off. I don't even think that can happen. Like, it literally can't happen. Oh, Ralph Lauren is up at least, chat. At least Ralph Lauren is up. Okay. So we can all be comfortable in our ascots. Hey, boy, we're down 205 on the day. That's good. However, since we opened all the positions, we're still up $600. So, you know, it hasn't crushed last week. All right. Now, it is Monday, which means we got another $300 injection. As you guys know, I've set up $300 a week from my personal account goes into this account. So now my cash is up to $675. We should be doing something with it. You know what I'm saying? We should figure something out. I'm going to get some water. Yeah, exchanges have definitely now have some hold the fuck up options built into them now. Like when a stack goes fucking wild, they can stop trading on it. And I'm assuming they can do it with the whole market. Spy puts time? I don't know. Can you do... Is $675 cash enough? Do you have enough options to do options? What? My only two losing ETFs right now are Cloud and MGK, and Cloud is fucking me, dude. I'm thinking about rebalancing, but and now my mind is on taxes. It's like, fuck, if I just leave it for a year, my taxes will be cut in half. What app or website is this? This is an application called Think or Swim. Think or Swim. It's TD Ameritrade's trading software. Suck my dick. Oh, we need to get into it. So let's think about what we're going to do here. But we need to, I'm just saying. I fucking called it, dude. I literally called it. On Friday, I was like, hey man, this fucking number is really fucking high. 74%, you're out of there. Get the fuck out of there. All right. Greedy bitches. This one went up to 70. This one soared up to 83, 82. Ooh. Fucking rip, man. Isn't now a good entry? Are you kidding me right meow? Bitches are still greedy. The problem is this is a logarithmic scale, so you can't really, it doesn't really show you the drop very well because it's logarithmic. Also, I don't think this is updated like daily, I think. Oh. Oh. Yeah, since this is only a 24-hour thing. That shit needs to be down here for me to be happy at least. Jesus. Bitch. All right. How's the dog doing? Dog is doing well. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Today's fine. I do have this $700 extra though. We need to do something with it. What are we doing with it? What are we? Anyone have any ideas? I mean, we could be safe and boring, but we're already doing that with the majority of our cash. Spy puts time. I don't remember what any of that means. Maybe like one option or two, lol. You wouldn't be buying puts. You'd be buying the contrarian trade. It would be cheaper and the return would be greater. Find a call to buy for 700. Just buying Bitcoin on days like this tends to be the best strategy. Chat, I need to get this fucking out of my head. Shut the fuck up. Sing me a song, you're the piano man. Sing me a song tonight. I'm gonna get DMC. Oh, speaking of which, had a little bit of fun with YouTube. I uploaded a video. So Friday's archive video had copyrighted content in it, apparently, from when I was watching that fucking car that you guys wanted me to watch, the Ursus or whatever the hell it was. Lamborghini, go fuck yourself. And apparently used a song from a place called Epidemic Music where you can just buy licenses from, and it copyright claimed it. And then I was like, okay, what do you do about this on YouTube? So on YouTube, they have a little button you can push that just gives you options of what to do. And it tells you. The options are you can see details. Select action. Fuck, I can't select it. You can fuck, I can't see it now because I've already done the thing. You can mute that section of the video. You can cut that section of the video out. You can do nothing. Or they have a new thing where it will attempt to remove that section of audio and preserve the rest of the audio. And it just does it. What the fuck? Man, Twitch needs to step up their... Twitch, you can't do shit. Anyway. Trade. Are we thinking about trading SPYs? Yo, these are cheap as fuck. Really? Why are these so cheap? Oh, they're today. These are today. They expire today. I shouldn't buy something that expires today. Also, I don't understand what the difference is between weeklies because they're not weekly. They're like daily. Look at this. This is every fucking day. But it says weeklies on it. And then this one doesn't say any. And I don't know what the difference is between yellow and white. Then they used to have an option like, yes, this is not my content. And then you just don't take the outer. That's just leaving it. Enlightened by bravery. That's just leaving it. If you just leave it, then that's all there is to it. You know, you make me wanna shout. This one's like exactly our price. We could buy it in the money right here. We're instantly down $682. But if the price of SPY goes up, hey. Does the last option work or work well? I don't know. I've never used the beta thing. I just clicked the mute button so it'd be done because it's just going to take forever. You know what I mean? And like, why is this one yellow here? This one's white here, but this part over here is yellow. What the fuck? I don't know, man. Explaining the difference between standard options and weeklies would be too long and complicated. Weeklies are non-standard dated. Basically, where's the fucking activity? Does it matter? The question is, does it matter? I mean, it does. Because nobody's fucking involved here. There's no volume running through these bitches. This one has some volume, I guess. A little bit. This has got jack shit. There's just no volume. Look, there's been 7 trades today. I mean, I guess it is kind of far away. The Dow is down 0.5%. NASDAQ is down 1%. Bitcoin. I like how CNBC is showing Bitcoin with the other tickers. You could Google triple witching and get a brief understanding. What the fuck is triple witching? All right, but we've learned, what we've learned with options is that we don't necessarily care about where it ends up. We just care of, is the value of the option going to go up over time if I'm buying options? Right, chat? Like, why are some days just like they have so much more activity than other days? This shit's weird, man. I hear these bitches are expensive. $2,000. Oh. January 25th, January 22nd. It's not too far away, though. These are really close numbers, at least. Triple witching sounds hot. What is witching? Did you mean watching? What is witching? I just bought SPY28P210. What the fuck does that mean? I just bought SPY28P210. What the fuck do those numbers and letters? Okay, so I'm assuming that means February 10th. You just bought... Wait, what did you... 28p. What the fuck? $280? You paid $10,000? What the fuck? Also, what are these WZCP? The fuck does all that mean? I literally don't know what that means, these P's. No, I paid $28. Wait, what? What do you mean you paid $28? Huh? Oh, a put option. You just bought a put option for... I win. 0.26 now. Volume 1. You're the one. You're the one. Right there. And you're the only one with it. You're the one and the only one with it. There you are. You know when I said buy the contrarian trade and make the buck? Well, the stock market is bouncing. And now you're too late. Wait, what? What do you mean I'm too late? What are you looking for, Sem? Are you looking for the 90-day challenge? When Iran nukes the stock market this month, I'll be the one laughing. Fucking what? It's in Discord. I just don't know where it is in Discord. Maybe I should make it somewhere that's a little more accessible. That's what I need to update next. There you go. Night Angel has you. What's the point? Like, how do you make money off this? You're just hoping that this number is going to go up before the 10th of February, I guess? How do you make money with such a crazy strike price? A strike price that's $100 less. Like, what is that? SPY doesn't have to reach 280 for me to profit. What does it have to reach? Like, what the fuck does it have to reach? Good Lord. Do you think it'd be possible to tell which software or website you use in your Discord FAQ? It would be possible, but you're going to have to remind me to do that. Illyrio. Just post it up in content suggestions. In Discord, just post that up in content suggestions, and I might do it. I have not updated it yet for today. I didn't finish yesterday either. We're doing that today. Dude, the volume. Nobody's more people are on the put side in February than on the call side. Is that good? Biotech penny stocks are going wild right now? Really? Don't they always go fucking wild? All the goddamn time? Aren't those just like, woohoo, woohoo, woohoo? Because there's a million of them. Oh shit, did I click something? Delete? What? Oh, was that up the whole time? Okay. More realistically, what are we looking at? Puts mean the market's going down. Do I think the market is going to go down when Biden gets inaugurated? I guess that's what we're asking. But when you purchase an option, when you're buying an option, the most that you can lose is the value of the contract. If you're selling an option, the most you can lose is a lot. I mean, you did spend like $38, so $28 or whatever it was. So, I mean, I guess you're more likely to make money off that than spending $28 in the lottery, I guess. Right? Selling isn't scary. It just takes some understanding. I understand that you can lose a lot of money. How's that for understanding? I just feel like we're putting in these $300 a week. Like we should make that work for us. I bought some Powerball and Mega Millions tickets. I get an alert every time they go over 350 or 400 million. And that alert is ringing. I buy a ticket for fun. Whenever it's over 400 million, I buy a ticket for fun. And I never win. But it's fun. At least I feel like I'm taking part in something fun. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people who have gambling problems or whatever the case is. Yo, dog. I went to a supermarket here last week, and there was a dude there with, I kid you not, it had to be at least 100 tickets. And he was just sitting at the fucking machine, the lottery machine, just scanning them, trying to see how much money he won out of them. Like 100. At least, it was a big fucking stack of paper. And just sitting there like this, garbage. This, garbage. Beep, garbage. Beep, garbage. Beep, garbage. Dude! Holy shit. And each one of those pieces of paper is $20. Every one of those pieces of paper is $20. He spent thousands of dollars. You got to feel bad for those people, right? I don't know. You can save loser tickets and use those to offset some of the taxes you'd pay on winners. Wait, what? Buys them by the thousands at once. Isn't that fucking wild? That's just so fucking crazy to me. It's so fucking crazy to me. Like, Jesus. It does go to education, they say, so they reallocate it. Okay, so seriously though, what's a good play for us? If we're looking at SPY, we kind of have to do it really close. I mean, if I'm only want to be in $600, I got to be relatively close to now, right? That's the only way that it's going to be like that I'm going to have enough money. It seems like SPY is expensive as fuck, actually. Jesus Christ. What the heck? Why is it so expensive? $300 to be barely in the money? Just like 4 days away? What? Like what? Let's see. Is that what is that? It's a picture of, I don't even know. Maybe it's because I'm using Chatterino or something. I have no idea what that is. It's like a mug of beer? The fuck was that? I don't think it'll drop when Biden is inaugurated. No, I think Biden is already priced in right now to the markets. Volatility is high. So what do we do? Maybe I just stick the $600 in an ETF. Thoughts? Chat, thoughts? Maybe I buy a couple actual SPYs. I don't actually have anything. It is the mature thing to do. It's just fucking boring. Oh, it's just so fucking boring. It's just actually so fucking boring. Like, I can't even believe it. Do we think places like this are getting a boost from what they've done with Trump? Fuck. What about who else fucked Trump over the weekend, chat? Who else fucked Trump over the weekend? I actually kind of do believe in Shopify. Jesus Christ, it's $1,200 for a Shopify stock? You can suck my dick. Twitter. Who else fucked him over the weekend? Somebody did. A bunch of people fucked Trump, right? So Shopify definitely did. Who was what's the payment processor? Like literally the entire world just was like, hey, I have an idea. You can suck my dick. Stripe. Oh, Stripe, yeah. Who else did? Who else did? Stripe, PayPal, Shopify. I know Shopify did. Stripe did. Stripe's not public, right? What the fuck is Amazon? Did I never type AMZ in? I thought that was the first thing I typed. Marriott. What? What did Marriott have to say? The PGA Tour, which was hilarious. Love that. Love that from the old PGA bitches. You gotta love that shit, right? They said they're halting payments to the RNC. Interesting. What's up, Turn Point? How you doing? Shittiest logo ever. I'm great. I am great. Damn, I was gonna say we should buy some Shopify, but I didn't realize it was 1,200 fucking bucks. Good God. Why? Okay, this looks like a more normal kind of option chain, right? Holy fuck, calm down. Jesus. Is this so expensive just because the price of the stock is so expensive? What the fuck? TD Ameritrade does not do fractional shares. I don't think. Not that I know. Did Boeing have another crash over the weekend? What? Oops. Fucking yoink, dude. What do you mean look at June options? For Shopify? Dude, it's going to be even more expensive. What are you talking about? June. What the hell? I don't have $18,000 to spend. They get more expensive the further out you go. I want to try investing in the future. Do you think it's a good idea to wait for Tesla bubble burst? Investing in Tesla? You mean you want to try investing in Tesla? Dude, you're on your own. You are on your fucking own. That's for sure. If you're doing long-term investing, it doesn't really matter when you enter. Buys? Franklin Templeton Disruptive Commerce. I have no idea. I've never heard of it. I mean, it looks like it's doing well. Who the fuck is Franklin? What do you mean? You're not a millionaire. You're a streamer. What? Boeing didn't sell them the plane is the thing. It was from Continental. What are you guys talking about? Pick a stock, pick a direction, sell a credit spread. No idea what that means, official Poro. We do need to learn that. What? Boeing 737-500 airplane crash. How the fuck do you say that? Indonesian Navy divers taking part in the search for a something airplane in the waters off the island of Java.
X84. My mom can't get her news because Parler is down.
Holy shit. My mom can't get her news because Parler is down. Thank you, Geo6, for 84 months of support. Dude, is the whole Parler hacked thing true? Is this fucking true? This right here. What the hell? What is this fucking star? What the hell is that? What? All right, here it is. You guys ready for that? Here it is. Here's what I read this on Parler Watch. Dude, Good is going to have a fucking field day with this. So a group of developers latched onto the press release that Twilio put out at midnight last night. In that press release, Twilio accidentally revealed which services Parler was using. I don't know what that means. Which services Parler was using. Does that mean host? I don't know. Turns out it was all of the security authentications that were used to register a user. This allowed anyone to create a user and not have to verify an email address and immediately have a logged on account. Well, because of that access, it gave them access to behind-the-box login APIs that is used to deliver content. But what it also did was revealed which users had administration rights. So basically, this part so far is a group of people were able to figure out which accounts on Parler were administrators or had administration rights. Okay. I like how this person's like talking like they're fucking telling a story at a dinner table. Call it what you owe. They were able to use the forgot password link to change the password. So if you use the forgot password link to change the password on an administrator account, and Twilio was no longer authenticating emails at midnight because Twilio said they'd stopped their service. They stopped their authentication service. So they basically, Twilio made Parler open to attack. They reset an administration user. Then with that administration user, they created a script that created millions of fake administrator accounts on Parler. Okay? This is actually not the bad part. Now that they had a way of creating administrator accounts without interruption, they created a Docker, which was publicly available, so anybody could download the Docker, run the image, and just collect data. Anyone could download, fire it up, and immediately start collecting data off of Parler in a coordinated fashion. So everyone was downloading different parts of Parler. And from my understanding, like a fuckload of people got involved and downloaded like all of Parler. It was the whole thing was just downloaded. Consider it like SETI that people use. Yeah. Crowdsourcing. All this data, the videos, the images, the posts, the metadata of the images and videos, and the connections to the accounts that posted it has been being uploaded to various cloud drives and storage arrays for the purposes of archiving this information for later retrieval by law enforcement, by the public, and by open source intelligence communities. And the kicker is this. All of this information was thought to be secure and private. And that's this part right here. And we talked about this on the podcast. The fact that you could become a verified citizen by sending Parler your photo ID, or some people their passport. They sent a picture of it in to become verified. Fucking lol. All of those IDs, all of those passports, all that shit, public. Done. Fucking wrecked. FBI has been actively soaking in this information. Dude, they had this information before you did. And it's how the FBI have been able to immediately and exhaustively create no-fly lists. Every verified attendee of the Capitol riot where they could find a real name has been placed on no-fly lists. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. It might seem like a small geeky glitch or hack, but in the age of information warfare, this is the silver bullet. Parler didn't actually delete anything, by the way. You know how Twitch doesn't delete VODs when you tell it to delete the fucking VOD? It just makes it invisible. Fucking lol. What are all these red? Like, what is this? Is this like a fucking bunny? Awesome award. What? Dude, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at, but yeah. So, that's that. So I'm pretty sure just like where do MAGAs go? Like, where do MAGAs go at this point? They got to go somewhere. You know what I mean? I don't know where. They don't go anywhere on airlines. True. Hey, isn't there talk of them doing something else like on the 17th or something? That's their talk at least. That's their talk. I don't know what I was saying there because I started reading something in the middle of a word. And then it just like continued. If they're smart, they'll build up their own private infrastructure from bare metal. Only problem is getting a cert provider to give them the cert and no one will provide their domain name. There's that. There's also the fact that I guess I don't know. I just feel like they're going to be under incredible just attack forever. Boeing. It's unclear what caused the crash, which was traveling from the city of Pontianak on the island of Borneo. Oh, it was traveling to Borneo. Took off amid a heavy monsoon season rain following a bad weather delay. It plunged more than 10,000 feet in less than a minute, according to Flight Radar 24. Oh, they can't find the wait, they can't find the fucking thing? What? A Boeing 737-300, a similar model to the one that lost contact. Bitch, you're telling me that there's no fucking picture of a 737-500? You're out of your fucking mind. There are nerds out there that there are fucking Nope, bitch. You're not getting away with this shit. Take off landing. Are you fucking kidding me? There are nerds that sit here and just plane spot. Oh my God, 100 plane spotting highlights of 2018. Are you kidding me? There's no fucking picture of a 737-500, you bitch. Liar. Boeing manufactured 900. Wow, Jesus. Oh, Jesus Christ. 389 of the 737 500s before the model was discontinued. As many as 100 remain in use by smaller airlines, including Afghanistan, Iran, Nigeria, Russia, and the Ukraine, according to planespotters.net. Are you kidding me? There's an entire website called planespotters.net. And there's pictures of them? No fucking way, dude. What? Wait. 737-300, a similar model to the one that was lost. Motherfucker, there's 5 of them right here. Ah! This is the fuck you. There it is. I told you, there's fucking nerds that just take pictures. And they're like, oh, it says PKCLH. I'm going to upload it. Oh, I'm going to upload it. Oh. And then you know what you do? You email this fucking guy and you pay him $100 in fucking crypto. And you tell him to fuck off. Anyway, wow. This website's insane. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. What? They have almost 1 million fucking pictures? No. Oh my God. I know that person. What? This is not the same. There's no fucking way. There is no fucking way this is the same person I know. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Literally no way. Where are these taken at? What year was this first one taken at? 2013. Okay, it's impossible. Okay. Whew. Woo! All right. Yo. Wow. There are people that just do this. Chat. Chat, there are people that just do this. Look at this guy. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. 8,181 pictures? This guy just lives in Bangkok. Holy shit. Oh my God. We got to figure out what to invest in. That's what I care about, guys. This guy must just live right next to the Bangkok airport and just takes pictures of every plane coming in. Because that's what's going on here. That's literally what all these pictures are. Yeah, that's literally all these pictures are from Bangkok. So the person lives in Bangkok, Thailand. And there you can see that they're landing. These are planes coming in for a land, I think. Or are they taking off? They might be taking off. They all have their landing gear out, though. Although that's pretty angulared. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh my god. This is a wild website. How do they make money? Wait, do you think a guy just like runs this as a fucking nerd? Deliveries. Oh my god. And they look through this deliveries list. Like, oh my god, I got it. Dude, this was delivered yesterday and there's already a picture of it. A picture of it? What the fuck? Operator history. Oh, it was sold. So that's how. It's not brand new. This one's brand new. British Airways. Wait, is this brand new? This is brand new. A Boeing 777-300. Produced in Everett, right up the street. It went from PAE, from Everett, to London Heathrow on Oh my god. This is the nerdiest fucking... How do they know this? And then here's the picture. Taken as it took off of Everett. You can see the landing gear is going in right now. The brand new fucking plane. Dude, these guys are insane. As soon as it takes off for its maiden voyage, we're taking pictures, bitch. Holy fuck. How? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. An Embraer. Oh my god. Look at the history of this thing. Oh wait, no. Whoa. ExpressJet to Continental to United. That's when they combined. 2010, Continental and United became one. Does anyone remember Continental? They were cool because Continental was the last carrier. They were the last American carrier to serve food in the country, like for domestic flights. They would serve sandwiches and things like that. So the actual airplane was then owned by Transstates, leased out to United Express. Okay, so it's just, this is all moving within side of the United Express fucking thing. Continental had some gates at Dallas Love. I fly to Newark, so I remember. I took Continental. I believe I took Continental before it became United. I took Continental all the time from Washington, D.C. to Tucson, Arizona. Dude, you can't. Oh my God, you can't search. Wait, the Saudi Arabia Airlines? It has a cool skin? You mean like this back part? Wait, what do you mean? Dude, what the fuck's going on behind here? Look at this building. Yeah, big planes are fucking cool. Not this one. Holy shit. What? Did people ride this? What do they call this? The livery? All right, we're way off base here. Did they find the fucking plane? Oh, I thought about doing this, guys. Should we spend $5 on this? See what he comes up with? Okay. 90-day challenge. We need to invest in something. We have $600 sitting around sucking my dick. What do we do about it? Chat? Figure it out. Okay. So I need to finish off this, and also I need to do yesterday's. I have not put yesterday's in here at all. It's just because it's harder to like make a new line from my phone. So what I should do is make the new lines on Fridays. I did take my supplements. I didn't drive to work or bike to work because I didn't come into work. Fasting. I did an insane fast yesterday, chat. Like a wild fucking fast. How big was it? How big was it? 47 divided by 60. All right. It was 22 hours. 22.78 hours. Huh! I did log the food. But I think because I fasted for so long, I ended up overeating, which was the problem. Yeah, I definitely overate. I just looked at my my thing. I always wake up on time. I was definitely in bed on time. I'm now starting to do my first stretch whenever I wake up, which is nice. So it means I only have to do one stretch. Water yesterday. What was yesterday's water consumption? Nope. Yep, 3360. Workout minutes. $49. I'm highly motivated. I'm a highly motivated person. Weight. Yesterday's weight was Sunday. 219.9. Body fat. 26.9. Calories. Oh, this is where I overate like a bitch. Uh-oh, chat. 2177. And a lot of that was salt. So last night I made, when I was so fucking hungry because I had fasted for 22 hours. I don't think I should do that again. I made jambalaya. And I ate a lot of it. And it was pretty salty. I like it. So I gotta not do that. All right. Today. Let's get today's stuff logged. I have not taken my supplements yet. We did bike. Fasting, don't know. Food logged, don't know. I did wake up at 4. I've done the one stretch already. Don't know the water. But this is the thing. Okay? I had a lot of salt yesterday. So I think I assume that's where the weight came from. Also, I just ate a lot. 221.3. But less body fat. So we'll see how we go. This is good, though. This challenge, it's going well. It's going well. Somebody in chat, I forget who, said that they use these people to do this. And then these people also have this. I will design a monogram initials text logo. Dude, for $5 fucking dollars, should we see what they can do with an M and a Z? Should we see what they do for MZ for $5? Seduce. The fuck? Sorry, MZ. All right. What the fuck? The hell happened here? What? Goodbye, Tesla. So today we're down $100. We're down $100 on the day. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. So, what are we doing? Chat, what are we doing? You're down $1? That's not good. Bitcoin at 40,000 last Friday. What's it trading for today? I don't know. Fucking rip though. Bito King. Bit. Oh my god. Can I even? Well, not good. We're at 31,972 right now, it looks like. Get fucking owned. Okay. There has to be a way to turn this shit off. This notification. Fuck! I was gonna click it. Hold on, let me click this. Setup. Application settings. Notifications. Alert is triggered. System. TOS announcements are turned off. Chat messages. Order fills. Motherfucker. How do you turn that tit off? I'm going to Google this. Turn off Trader TV alerts. Fuck! Okay, more setting. Wait, set more. Wait, that's not it. That's not it. Fuck! There are some notifications that can't be turned off, like the daily webcast announcements. It looks like they're classified as messages, not notifications. Okay, under general settings, general display, change show message center to do not show. Oh. It's not there. Show message center for do not show. Apply settings. Nailed it. Got it. We got it, chat. We fucking nailed it. We'll tell in an hour. We'll be able to tell in 1 hour if it actually worked. What's he got to say?
Monetary network to turn a traditional paycheck into BTC. I think that has a really opened up the door to a lot of applications out there. Me personally, I'm an angel investor in Republic, which is one of the first platforms to allow you to digitize tokens. And they're also a great equity crowdfunding platform as well.
Yeah, so you believe this is here to stay, not a bubble.
Not a bubble. And if you have a low time preference and don't mind going down this bottomless rabbit hole that is Bitcoin, I believe you'll find that there's a lot of value out there. And through these companies and some of our investments, we are seeing that Bitcoin's power is being shared with the world in a whole new way that we've never seen before.
All right, Harry, thank you.
Thank you.
Look at it. Look at that bullish sentiment.
Breaking in just the last couple of minutes, American Express, the latest company to suspend contributions to lawmakers who opposed the certification of the election. Of course, joining the likes of JPM, Citi, and Marriott, and some others. We're going to watch that. Squawk Alley is going to start on the other side of this break.
Squawk Alley! Dude, he is the hype man. I mean, he is personally invested in the success of Bitcoin, so it makes sense that he would be very bullish on Bitcoin. I disagree. I don't think, I just don't see Bitcoin being a thing that people use. I do see the technology, like blockchain is a thing. Like, I think blockchain is a thing moving forward that is highly, highly used. I don't necessarily think that Bitcoin specifically is. But hey, again, I'm an idiot, so let's go to the meme stocks while we talk. Okay, chat, we need to figure out what to do with this $675. Okay? So that's step one. I'm literally considering doing this. Literally considering Sky. Think about it. Okay, I can purchase 7 Sky. And I'm actually very much considering doing that. Okay. Buy some options. I don't know how to buy options. I don't think I'm smart enough to understand options. Like, I understand options in theory, but I don't understand strategies of options. I don't get it. I understand the strategy of, hey, I'm going to buy Sky because I think the price is going to go up. Ta-da! You know? We can look at it. Sky holds things like Oracle, Mongo, Microsoft, Alphabet, VM, Amazon. Really, it's AWS for this. Alibaba. It's just how the internet works is SKY. Just the infrastructure of the internet is SKYY. Of the cloud, I should say. The infrastructure of the cloud. Hey, do you think Biden will consider a lockdown? No. I'm not from the US, so I'm not really sure about the situation. There's no way. There's no way. The one thing he will do is YOLO the vaccines. He's going to YOLO the vaccines. He's not going to do a lockdown. And he is going to push for governors to put out mask mandates and stuff like that. But he's not going to lock down the country. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he's going to do that. Cloud is the stuff that's built on top of Sky, basically. Do you think Biden's going to be president until 2025? Yes, of course I do. What the fuck do you mean? Who else? Companies deplatforming Trump. Reddit, TikTok, Apple, YouTube, Discord, Facebook, Google, Pinterest, Twitch. Lol. Stripe, Insta. Hey, Twitch got some publicity there. Dude, look at them thinking it has any effect on the stock price.
Ferez X27, the lockdown needs to be done, but Biden is basically a 90s Republican.
Yes, I agree. Biden is basically a Republican. So. Yeah, there's no way there's a lockdown. I think the idea of Biden is, it's just like, hey man, don't worry about people needing their second shots. Manufacturers are going to keep up. Let's fucking go. And I think when he says manufacturers are going to keep up, he's just going to pump a fuckload of money anywhere he can get it from into manufacturing. So I don't think it's so much of a lockdown as his strategy as getting needles into arms. Do you think Trump is going to get impeached or run for president in 2024? I think he'll run for president in 2024, and I do think he'll be impeached. I do not think he's going to be removed from office. The hogs will forget about Trump by 2024. I don't think so. I mean, it might not be Donald Trump, but a Trump is running in 2024. 100%, no doubt, a Trump is running in 2024. Yeah, that's about all he can do. Melania. Anyone want to tell me why you spent $750 billion on defense and yet our capital got taken by Duck Dynasty? I mean, like, generally speaking, it's pretty good practice to not use the military on your own citizens, first of all. Like the actual military. I guess the National Guard is the actual military, but you know what I mean. Why the National Guard wasn't there, I have no fucking idea. We've talked about this. It's like the stupidest thing ever. Like that place should have been absolutely bunkered the fuck down. Now there is an argument to be said that yes, and I think I agree with the argument. I don't agree with the result of the argument because I think there should have been a massive force there, a massive military, police, whatever force there. But I do agree with the fact that if there was a massive force there, way more people would have been killed. I think that's probably true. I think that's probably true. But I still think there should have been a massive force there. So, yeah. Because it's DC, it requires permission via the DoD, Pentagon, who are, well, they're acting Secretary of Defense, all kind of wacky shit. Yeah, I mean, he tried to walk it back after, like, hey, we were doing as fast as we could, but, yeah. I mean, there are lots of videos of a lot of those protesters carrying handguns. It would have been bad, I think. Oh, yeah. I mean, it would have been a fucking bloodbath for sure. So I guess there's argument to be made there as to whether or not the strategy was right. I think they didn't believe people were that dumb to actually assault the Capitol. I don't think it takes dumbness to assault the Capitol. I think it takes your vision, to assault the Capitol. Your beliefs. Some people believe hard, And I'm a believer. Boo-doo-doo. Suck on my dick. I'm a believer. Was that gun carrying Congress lady not present? Oh no, she was there. I was asking why she didn't just chill in there if she can protect herself, as she says on her fucking ad. Why wasn't she just chilling there? Do you see the video of some piece of shit who was in the Capitol riots trying to fly home Sunday, got blocked and told he's on the no-fly list, so he's crying about how they ruined his life? I mean, you got to remember their mentality, though, so it totally makes sense that he'd be like that. Was that lady who got pepper sprayed, was interviewed, and she was outraged and asked why? Because I entered the Capitol building. I can't even believe it. It's so wrong. Insane. Absolutely insane people. Insane people. So I guess we have two options, chat. Okay, we can either fuck around with an option, which I don't know how to do, and I'd like somebody who is experienced and knowledgeable in the chat if we're gonna do that, or I just buy a bunch of shares of Sky, 7 shares of Sky, and just call it a day. Might not be a bad idea. Buying 7 shares of Sky might be the best option right now. Invest in companies who are making the vaccine vials. World shortage of them. I have no idea who that is. Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is that? What is this?
What happened to you?
I got maced.
You got maced.
By the police.
And what happened? You were trying to go inside the
Yeah,
Capitol?
I made it like a foot inside, and they pushed me out, and they maced me.
What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Elizabeth. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And why did you want to go in?
We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
Thank you.
Dude, that guy's face at the end. Hold on. Can we clip that? Can we get that face? Dude, what the fuck? It's a revolution. The thing is, these people legitimately think that it's a complete revolution, that they are going to succeed with a complete revolution. These fucking people think this is like straight up Handmaid's Tale going on up in this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's a reference for you. Like, they legitimately think, like, actually believe it to their core. Produced exactly as I wanted. Absolutely amazing job as always. Over-delivered and very happy. Strongly recommended. Dude, what the fuck? I can't even read it. AJI? AJI photography? I don't know. No idea. It's like a sideways A, but it's also like I don't know what it is. What is this? General Oblak. I'm pretty sure he was in Star Wars. Jeffrey Jedley. Courtney Alexander. For $5, man. The glass vials used for vaccine is made by a company named Shot AG. AG? So they're not American. Do we believe in them? Isn't AG like something else? What's up, awesome dude? Hi, from India, Sev. I've been following since 2013, but I've not been able to see you lately. Here, I can give you right now. Oh, thanks for the bits, yeah. What's up, man? Dude, I was watching videos about fuck, now I don't Holi in India. That's just wild. That shit's crazy. Looks so fun. Apparently it's really fucking dangerous. I don't understand. Like, it seems pretty cool. House Dem set to impeach President Trump for a second time. Do they set it for tomorrow? It should be tomorrow. Okay, we might just buy this. I have another question. Have you guys ever heard of mortgage notes? Uh-oh. Might have gone down a little rabbit hole on that. Woo! There are so many ways to spend money. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Who knew there were so many ways to like spend your money and hoping it grows? You're going to be adding hundreds of weeks, so just buy Sky every 2 weeks for the next 8 weeks or so. It'll be another your portfolio in the same investment. I mean, it's about the same here. You know? Yo, Snow Stuff, thanks for gifting. Appreciate the gift, yo. Did anyone check into Pedalite ore? The fuck is that? Isn't that the stuff you drink to get rid of a hangover? Sell everything and take the capital gains hit, or just leave it there. No, there's a transfer. There's a way to transfer, Waldorf. There's a way to transfer, right? I'm pretty sure there's like a system set up for transferring. It's the stuff they need for lithium. There's a way to transfer your stock, because you don't have to take gains on it, right? It's just like taking a piece of paper and saying, hey, you don't hold on to this piece of paper anymore. You hold on to that piece of paper now, right? You didn't actually gain anything from it. There's a way to do it. I just don't know how. I forget. We talked about it. How to move stock from one broker to another. They both must be in the National Securities Clearing Corporation. The automated customer service account transfer service allows the automated transfer of stock. The broker who will be taking over the portfolio will initiate the transfer by communicating with the current broker. And there you go. So that's what you do. Both the firm delivering the stocks as well as the firm receiving it have individual responsibilities. 3 business days. The transfer will settle within 6 business days. So it should take about a week. So there you go. I just transferred from Robinhood to TD Ameritrade. There you go. Well, there you have it. It can be done. It can be done. Sucking day. So let's go here. I really need to spend this. Am I just going to buy this, chat? Or should we buy options of Sky? Do they even have options? No, they do. Sky options. Nobody's playing. Nobody's playing ball with Sky options. Holy shit. Oh, they're doing put options, actually. Lots of people are playing the puts. I don't understand the difference between playing the puts and playing the game. I mean, I guess I do. Wait, why are so many people so... Wait, what? Does this mean a lot of people are fucking super bearish on SKYY? Is that what this means? If there's so much open interest in the puts? Question mark? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark? Question mark? Probably hedging. What? Maybe we just buy it. Maybe we should set a price to buy it at. That'd be kind of fun, right? Want to buy it at the dip? Insurance for Black Swan events? That's an expensive insurance policy, isn't it? It does do that sometimes. You think if it hits today's low again, we buy? Chat? Here's the daily. 98.69. The super low was 92. That's where this ended up. Down here. 92.49. Okay, what was I looking at? This is a whole nother world. We were talking a little bit about real estate last week. Right now, I'm just trying to do an overview of sort of, just here's all the things you can invest in. Why am I so yawny today? What the fuck? I don't understand that. I gotta pee. For sale. So, here it is. Now, there's a lot of language in this, but let's talk about it generally. Generally, what this is a mortgage note. This is another investment, quote, opportunity. Uh-oh. Exclamation mark, this fucking claimer here, boys. What this means is somebody owns a house, or they're paying a mortgage on a house. That mortgage is being paid to somebody. And now that person that the mortgage is being paid to is like, hey man, I need cash now for some reason, or there's a whole bunch of different reasons. But now they want to get rid of the mortgage and just get a bunch of fucking money from it. And so what they do is they come on a place like this and they sell the mortgage for less than it's worth to somebody to pick up, to hold on to. So here's just an example. I think if we just go over the example, it'll make a lot of sense. Okay? So right now, this person has listed the mortgage for $38,000. So they say you can buy this mortgage for $38,000. Okay? It's a $128,000 valued property in Brownsville, Texas, and you can buy the mortgage for the low cost of $38,000. It has a $39,800 unpaid balance. I think it's like unpaid principal balance, UPB. So you buy it for $38,000. The principal that has not been paid yet is $39,800 at a 7% interest rate. So does this kind of make sense? So right now, these people, fucking Shermione in here, right? Shermione in here owes $39,800 left on the house, and they owe it at a 7% interest rate. And it is performing. Performing means it's being paid. That means that the people that own the house are paying the lease. And then the first means that you're first in line in the lien position. So you're the first to get money when things go bad. Okay? Does all this make sense? Like, there's so much packed into just a few words up here. It's crazy. So performing means they're paying. First means you're first in line. $39,800 unpaid principal balance at a 7% interest rate on a $128,000 property. Woo! So you take on the risk of default of the mortgage payer, pretty much. Okay, seller's comments. 14.05% return and a 9% yield on performing loan with excellent pay history and low LTV. Don't know what that means. In Texas. Okay. This is clearly a loan reseller. This is like a company that sells loans, which is interesting. All right. And you can see all the information down here. Oh, loan to value. Low loan to value. Okay. So it's performing mortgage. Unpaid is $39,756. Loan to value, there you guys were, at 31%, meaning they've paid off a lot of their loan already. The original balance was $65,723.98. So they took out a loan for $65,000. There are 126.64 payments remaining at a 7% interest rate. and they pay $444.92 a month. They pay $444.92 a month. I mean, just there you can get money, right? So you can get your money. $444.92 a month, and they're paying for another 126.64 months. That means they're going to end up paying you a total of $56,344. $56,344, which is this total principal plus the 7% interest rate. APR. $56,344. You put down 38. Oh gosh, not 380. Jesus Christ. So what this means is by the time this matures, which is in 2032, fuck off. 11 years from now, you will have made $18,000. Over these 11 years, you'll have made $18,000. It's like 11.4, I guess. So you're making $1,600 a year if you annualize it. So you put down $38,000. They're constantly paying you. They're constantly paying you all the time. And annually, you're recovering $1,609 in profit annually, if you want to annualize it. So there you go. Ba-da-ba-da. That's all there is to it. Now, the idiot that I saw talking about this says, okay, so what you do then is you go get a loan from your bank for $38,000 at a lower interest rate than the 7%. You do a personal loan at less than the 7% here, and then suddenly you haven't spent any money and you're getting like a 2% return. Which is like, all right, dude. Okay. So yeah. There you go. I don't understand this 7%. I don't understand how somebody's sitting on a 7% loan in 2021. But it's performing. They pay. It's performing. At least they say it's performing. What is ITB? I'm not sure what ITB is. Income to bitches? Balance? I don't know. Here's one. Wait, what? In Peru? The fuck do you mean in Peru? 55,000 57,000 property. Pick your fucking what? Okay, so this person owes 17.7. The fuck? They refied. Right? Wait. What? They definitely refinanced. They refinanced. These people refinanced. They had to, right? Wait, what the fuck? How's it a 9% interest rate with 231 payments remaining at only $17,000? What? Escrow impounds 45. Yeah, this is a wild fucking loan. What the fuck? Peru, Indiana, Miami. What? You're telling me Peru, Indiana is in Miami County? These bitches all over the damn world. It says it's performing, so. It says it's performing. Is it? I don't know, Mang. It's kind of weird. I mean, if this got if this actually got refied and it's at 9% after being refinanced, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Holy shit. Wild. So there's probably a lot here that are not good. First lien position, single asset, performing, mortgages. Here they all are. Here they all are. There's only 35. This website's kind of small. Sold in Florida. Dude, there's no house there. What? Oh, there is no house there. Brand new vacant land mortgage. Buyer and borrow adding utilities and RV pad. Our primary business is the buying and selling of vacant land. We sell vacant land for both cash and seller financing. Seller financing sales result in the creation of either a contract for deed or a mortgage and promissory note. We found paper sacks, so we figured we'd give it a shot. All the notes we are selling on the paper sack platform were created by us and been serviced by us since creation. We have buyer-borrower contact information from the sales agreement, so after closing, we simply reach back out to the buyer-borrower with an introductory servicing email that says something effective due on 10th, late on 21st. Here's 4 ways you can get your payment to us. Wait, what? They purchased this property with the intent of clearing some land, improving with utilities, and pouring an RV pad. Therefore, the value of the collateral would increase significantly. Why is this all in caps? And the likelihood of a problem with this note should be decreased remarkably as the property is improved with land clearing, utilities, and an RV pad. Jesus fucking Christ. Unpaid, original. Oh, they're just straight up selling the whole fucking mortgage. They want their cash, man. Wait, right now? So what the fuck? Whoever this is. Mrs. Davy and Mr. Bentley have they agreed to a 9.9% interest rate? What? Maturity date. Okay, this person doesn't know how to use the system. There's something fucked up here. So 10 years at 10%. 10 years at 10% is what this is saying, right? $10 years at 10%. That gives you a profit after 10 years of $46,000. Interesting. I mean, I thought this was an interesting concept for how to invest in real estate without investing in actual real estate. You just become the bank. You're the dickhead that everybody has to fucking pay. Dude, 9% is wild. 4.5%, 9.9%, 8.7%, 9.9%, 10.5%. Woo! What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Accrued late charges, $1,418.02. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Late charge assessment, late charge payment, regular payment, forced place insured disbursement, late charge assessment, late charge payment, regular payment. Wait, this person's just racking up late fees. There was a 12%. Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit. 12%. A property we sold with owner financing, dollar for dollar. This is a great investment for you. Do the math. Then why the fuck do you want to sell it? Property is a country lot with an old ramshackle country house in there. What the fuck does that mean? In today's market, I'd get $25,000 for the property very quickly, with the values in rural Florida going up as lots of people move from cities throughout the country. Mortgagee never missed a payment. 12% interest, closed May 2019, and a $100 late fee. What the fuck? You absolutely obliterated somebody. What? 12% interest? Yo, somebody's got a credit score of like negative. This is like a negative credit score that you gave a loan to. Holy shit. That's wild. They pay $136.29 every month. Dude, I wish my rent was $136. Holy fuck. $10.5%. We saw that one. Sale pending on a 3. Wow, really? 3.375. How is there much room in there? I mean, you're getting the 3.375, I guess. Great house with a motivated buyer. The house at the end of the street closed. Wait, what? This is a deed of trust in a non-judicial state, so the foreclosure timeline may be significantly shorter. Mailbox money. What is this escrow impounds thing? And they've got late charges. Holy shit, they're not paying. Fuck. All right. I'm just checking on Doge. Checking on the Doge. Okay. I'd like to start buying properties outside Ohio, but it feels like it's a lot of extra work. Oh, all your properties are in Ohio? Do you like have a cool map where you have them all like plotted out? I think it'd be cool to have like a map where you plot them out and they like once you're at like 50 houses or something like that, it like spells something, or it's a cool picture of like a panda bear. or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So you only go for homes that fit your picture. That's a smart way to invest, if you ask me. You know? That's a damn smart way to invest, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? What do you make of the Bitcoin drop late today? Expected, highly expected. I literally called it. I live near some military bases. People there buy, rent to military, and when they get shipped out before the lease expires, they make a fortune. I get it. But will it go under 30K? Probably. I don't know what the let's see here. Oh, we don't have it up anymore. Yeah, we don't have it up anymore. Net unrealized profit loss. Like, this is what we called. This net unrealized profit loss got up to like 74% when it hit 40,000. That's a wild number. That shit's got to keep coming down. I feel like that shit's got to keep coming down to less than like 50% at this point, no? What happened in the past? In the past, after you had this incident happen, right, up here, 79%. Bitcoin went up, went to the fucking moon, man. Hit 20,000, hit 20,000. Then kept dropping and kept dropping and kept dropping and kept dropping till February, where you hit this low of 24%. I just feel like it's so fucking cyclical. Don't you guys feel like it's pretty fucking cyclical? I don't know. It just seems like a lot of spikes happen at Christmas. I feel like a lot of spikes happen at Christmas when you're like around the fucking table with your crazy ass uncle talking about Bitcoin. Like they go, woohoo! And then after Christmas, everyone's like, wait a minute, that was stupid, right? Let's just sell. You know what I mean? Let's just get out of this. Hey, my RTH is up today. Today turned out not to be too bad. It's down $100. I mean, it was bad, but not horrible. Since I live in Ohio, all my properties are in Ohio, but if I wanted to invest in other states, it'd be hard not being able to travel to see the property. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to start by not even seeing it. You know? Get a good realtor. Be like, hey, don't fuck me, bro. Could the Bitcoin value have something to do with the release of certain GPUs? Can you even farm Bitcoin anymore? Is that even worth it? Is it even worth it anymore? I mean, I don't think GPUs have anything to do with Bitcoin anymore because now everyone's using like ant miners and like chips that are specifically made for Bitcoin. In your monitor chart, can you look at the last week in addition to daily? What do you mean? in my monitor chart.
Hello? Hello?
I analyzed the 6 big spikes in Bitcoin and they are very similar. Lol. How are they similar? Okay. All right. So it doesn't look like we have any of our option boys in the chat. So we can just put an order for something ridiculous, I guess, for Sky. Or we can just buy it out. Or I could Shopify. I could buy half a Shopify. Jesus Christ. We playing options. We don't know how to play options. Like, I don't have a good options strategy. Maybe I should watch that. There was a guy that we should watch, right? YouTube. Called a spread. Fuck! It didn't work! How to trade credit spread.
Robinhood for a while, you've probably seen accounts that look like this. Hopefully not your own, but it's possible.
Okay.
Or this, or this. If you
We're going to learn what credit spreads are. Because to me, how I understand it, it's a thing.
browsed Wall Street bets, I guarantee you've seen some of these.
What is your voice to text overlay for stream? It's OBS. It's an add-on to OBS that uses Google instead of bullshit. OBS's default captioner sucks dick. So it's an add-on to OBS. I honestly don't know what it's called.
Because that's where I got them. And why is it so common for options traders to blow up their accounts like this? Well, there's 2 reasons why.
2!
Number 1, they like to buy out-of-the-money options. And out-of-the-money options are very tempting because they give you a lot of leverage. If you're right, you can win pretty dang big. But they're also more like scratch-off lottery tickets than an actual trading strategy because they expose you to a lot of risk.
Scratch-offs. I love scratching off my ball hair. You know how much I love scratch-offs? Excuse me. I got to work out today, so. I've got the old Oculus Quest with my controllers with the silicone sleeve on them. Oh, come on, bitch. Fucking tits! I knew I forgot something. Son of a bitch, chat. We're going to take a quick left, all right? Hey, stop. We're taking a quick left, but I swear we'll do a U-turn real quick, all right? Chat, does anybody not in America have a Ditto they can give me? I need to breed Pokemon to get a shiny. All right, let's take it back. We're going back to a right, and we're fine. There's the old left turn for you. The point is, I need somebody not in America to go catch a Ditto for me. What the fuck? This is what I understand, okay? My boyfriend was telling me that in order to get an egg at the nursery, You either need 2 Pokemon, a boy and a girl that fuck each other in the nursery or whatever it is, or you need any Pokemon plus a Ditto from outside of your own region, which is weird. So I need somebody to go catch a fucking Ditto and give it to me on Pokemon Switch. I have Shield, Pokemon Shield. Please. Okay? I know some of you are absolute fucking nerds. Right now, your Switch is literally within touching distance. Pick up the fucking thing, get me a Ditto. Okay. I don't know why we're talking about scratchers, but here's one. My family has a tradition of every Christmas, you get a scratcher in your stocking. This one won $2. I have yet to get the $2 yet back. Fuck. The Ditto has to be from a different region. Is that new? I don't know. Mist Panda, that's what Trent told me. Is that not true? His Ditto is from Japan that he uses. Fucking what? I know. Well, Gen 1 didn't have eggs. For the Switch version, can you just VPN? I don't know. Google Masuda method. That is what the breeding is called. Who's Masuda? The Masuda method, also known as Masuda's method, is a fan-made term which describes a way to obtain shiny Pokemon more easily from Gen 4 onwards. While the standard encounter rate for a shiny Pokemon is 1 out of 8,192 from Generation 2 to 5, and multiplies the rate by 5 or 6, it occurs whenever Pokemon of differing languages are bred. How is this a Masuda method? I don't understand how this is a method. It's just shouldn't this just be called optimal way to breed? I don't understand how this is named after a person. It's not like, I mean, clearly they coded it into the fucking game. It's not like it's some, what? I don't know. Yeah, shouldn't it just be optimal way to breed? Breeding 2 Pokemon created in games of different languages. An egg resulting from such a pairing will have a higher likelihood of being shiny. The most common way to arrange such a pairing is to use 1 foreign Pokemon and 1 from the game in which the breeding occurs. No shit. Foreign language Pokemon obtained via in-game trades such as Meister's Fopa and Lieutenant Surge's Valti are treated as being from the same language as the game they were generated in. So they can suck a dick. Yeah. There you fucking go. Original language. So that's why I need a Ditto. I need a Ditto from another language. Somebody make it happen. Well, we're going to learn about credit spreads now. VPN won't do anything. It's the language you chose when you started the game, not the actual location. What if I started a new game, got a ditto, changed the language back to English, and then started and put that in Pokemon Home, and then started a fresh game, a brand new game again, and then I could do it myself that way, I guess, right?
And then there's another second reason is because options buyers deal with theta. Each year that passes, the value of the premium of their options decays off a little bit.
What the fuck was theta?
So where does this money go? It doesn't just evaporate, all this money that this guy has lost. It goes into the pockets of the people who sold them the options. And that's what we're going to talk about today, is how you can be an options seller, how you can profit off of each day passing, so basically profiting off of theta, and how you can profit off of people wanting to buy out of the money options. So we're going to do that through credit spreads. Credit spreads allow people with small accounts to be net short on options and profit off of these things that we just discussed. So if you don't...
Credit spreads, wow, that was a lot. Credit spreads allow people to be net short on options.
Don't know what options are really, you're probably already left, but if you haven't, go ahead and click the link in the top right hand corner. It will take you to an options tutorial I did, and it'll explain the basics to you. If you do know what a call and a put is, generally speaking, stick around and find out what credit spreads are and how you can trade them today. We're going to start by building together a credit put spread or a bull put spread. This capitalizes on selling the open a put, which is
theta is the rate of value lost due to time. Okay, good reminder. Long put at expiration. Whoa, we got to back it up. All right.
Today. We're going to start by building together a credit put spread or a bull put spread. This capitalizes on selling the open a put, which is a bullish move. Because remember, if you're buying a put, you're bearish, but if you're selling, it's opposite of buying. You're now bullish. And you'll see what I'm talking about here in a second.
What?
But we're going to have to start from the basics and work up from there. So what we're looking at here is a profit loss diagram of just a normal boring old put, a long put. So you bought it at expiration day. So on the x-axis, we have a bunch of different stock prices increasing as it goes to the right.
Yep.
On the y-axis, we have profit and loss. And so this red line here, or this red obtuse angle, is the profit and loss given different stock prices.
Yes.
So remember, when you're long a put or you buy a put, your max loss is going to be how much you paid for it. And in this example, your max loss is $53. That's how much you paid to enter the trade. And that's
what? Oh, he's just making that up. I see. He made that up. That's not real. Dude, I need to unsubscribe from so many fucking newsletters.
It's a max you can...
Holy shit! Someone who knows options came in. Oh, wait, what? Sorry, it's when we were talking about Pokemon. Seriously, do none of you fuckers have a Ditto? I'm pissed. Seriously. 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 Hello? How the fuck do none of you German-speaking cunts have a Ditto? Pissed. Just buy it off eBay and get the perfect IV Ditto. That's not a thing. Okay. eBay.com. You can't buy Pokemon on fucking eBay. Ditto. Pokemon Shield Ditto. Pokemon Sword and Shield, Ultra Shiny 6 IV. These are faked. These are 100% faked. They have to be legit. Dude, this guy sold 12 of them in the last 24 hours for $2 a pop. The game can tell the difference. What do you mean? You get a free Master Ball as well. What? What do you mean you get a free master ball? Dude, this guy's got some sort of farming operation going. Ultra shiny 6 IV G-Max Charizard. Totally faked. This shit is fucking faked. This is all hacked in. 100%. I have $600 now. You can invest. I need to invest. Oh, you mean in this? 6 IV Japanese Ditto breeding bundle for Pokemon Sword and Shield. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? It includes an Everstone and a Destiny Knot. This is why I know it's suspicious. It's sus because it's only $3.99. This is wild. This is all faked. It's all fucking faked. 25 Ditto bundle. All right, we're talking about options. Let's go back up. You can be net short or long on a credit or debit spread. The term credit and debit are only used in the sense that you're either going to have more cash or less cash in your account after doing the pair of contracts. All right, let's learn it. Shall we learn it? Dude, this is bullshit. I want a real Ditto from one of you fucks. How do you get a Ditto in Pokemon Sword and Shield? How far in the game do you have to go? If I were to change the language to Japanese, could I fucking fiddle diddle my way to a Ditto? Or do you have to go pretty fucking far in the game to get a Ditto? Where do you get Dittos? Ditto. Lake of Outrage. 50 to 60. Fuck. That sucks. You basically have to beat the game. You have to play the game twice. Yeah, that sucks dick. I need one of y'all to do that.
Lose. Now you've reached your max loss. That's how much you paid for it. And in this example, your max loss is $53. That's how much you paid to enter the trade, and that's the max you can lose. Now you've reached your max loss on expiration day if it is trading above your strike price. So that means that this put has a strike of 26. And this is after all that time value has decayed off. This would look different prior to expiration day, but most people like to look at these diagrams on expiration day. Makes things a little bit easier.
Theta!
Your max
Theta time. They both start with T's.
profit is, I forgot the actual number. This is an actual trade we're theoretically entering on AMD. This is a 5/31 expiration. Max profit is something in the thousands. We'll say it's $2,000 because the stock price can trade all the way to zero. And since you're bearish on the market, you can make money as it goes all the way down. Although if you wrote a put all the way to zero, I would be very impressed, and you'd be one lucky son of a gun. So it's unlikely you make that much, but you can theoretically make up to $2,000 in this trade. So this should all look pretty familiar to you if you've traded options before. But what might not look familiar is what it's like to sell to open this exact same put. And that's what we're looking at right here. Now, if I just flash between these two really quick, you can see how it's just mirrored over the x-axis. So let's say you sold this put to this guy. This guy bought it right here. Well, everything this person is experiencing is going to be the exact opposite of what you're experiencing as the option seller. See how it's flipped over the x-axis? So
yes.
This guy's max loss of $53. He paid a $53 debit for this trade. That is going to be your max profit. So you're going to have a $53 credit. Now, that what a credit means is that you get the $53 to start with when you enter this trade. It is credited to your account, and you get to keep this $53 if the put expires worthless. Because remember, if a put expires worthless out of the money, this guy loses his $53 that he entered for the trade, and the person who sells it to him, you get to keep the $53. So you hope that this put expires worthless so you can keep that $53. However, this guy's max profit back here, the one who bought it from you, is $2,000, which means that you have a max loss of $2,000. Because if the stock price trades all the way to zero, you're going to be paying that guy money all the way down, and your max loss at zero would be $2,000. So that's kind of a bummer, though, because $2,000 is a lot of money for most people.
Yeah, no shit.
And that might be too much risk, let alone the fact that many people may not have big enough accounts to even enter this kind of trade.
If I buy you the Switch in the game, what the fuck? You can basically only roughly knowing... Wait, what? I think in previous Pokemon games, they just breed a bunch of starter Pokemon, put them up for trade, did it, so I got a cross-region one. Oh, that makes sense. Wait, you can put things up for trade?
Because Robinhood's going to hold that money aside as collateral in case the stock price does take a massive dump. So how can you benefit on the positive characteristics of selling to open options without exposing yourself to this much risk? Well, what you can do is you can sell to open this 26 strike put, but then also buy a further out of the money put as a hedge. And this is what ends up happening. Boom. So right here, we sell to open the 26 just as before, and we're going to sell to open it for a $53 credit. Remember back here, it's a $53 credit. So we're just going to write that down here for a second. So you sold to open the 26 for a $53 credit. And then as a hedge, you bought, so that's a bullish move, selling a put. As a hedge, you bought the 25 strike put, which is a bearish move. Now you pay a debit for that put, and for this one, you're paying a $23 debit. So what ends up happening is this is a net credit trade. Since you're getting more of a credit than you are paying a debit, what ends up happening is you get a $30 credit. So that's your max profit is $30. So if you look back here, your max profit that was once $53 has now been significantly reduced to $30. So that's gone down a bit, which is a bit of a bummer. I'm not going to lie. But if you look over here, your max loss that was once $2,000 is hedged by the bearish instrument of just buying a put outright. And now your max loss is only going to be $70. So that is a significant decrease in risk for sure. So that allows people with small accounts to start trading net short positions and benefiting on the positive effects of theta and on people's desire to buy low probability of success options, so like out of the money options. Just because they give people more leverage, people tend to like to buy those, and you can capitalize on that kind of behavior. Anyway, going forward, keep in mind that on expiration day, your max profit is met when the stock price reaches the strike of the put you sold, and your max loss is met when the stock price is trading at or below the strike of the put you bought. And your break even is going to be somewhere in the middle.
I don't think I know. Here's the thing. I don't think I understand the put, call, spread, bull, bear, fucking, what other words is this douche using? All these words, I don't think I have the same understanding of, like, I understand what the word means, but for me to translate one of his sentences, I need to like listen to it and then think. I don't have the understanding of the words to the core enough to be able to be like, got it. I understand what you're saying. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, I was able to pass the definitions part of the test, but now that we're at the fucking essay part, I'm like, huh. You know what I'm saying?
And we're going to get to that in a second. We are going to hop over to optionsprofitcalculator.com, which is a website that will help visualize everything we've discussed. And we'll also talk about how you can manipulate this trade to expose yourself to more or less risk and what strikes you should be buying and selling these at. Also, we're going to go over assignment here in a little bit. Definitely don't trade this until you understand assignment completely. It's a very important part of these kind of trades. So let's hop on over there.
What the hell's assignment?
Okay, so here.
Okay. Okay. Here's what I need you guys to do. I need you to think about a credit spread. Let's find a good stock to do a credit spread on. I've got $600 to do it. Chat. I've got $675 to do it. I want your ideas. I'm going to go take, I think Chester has to pee. I think the dog's got to pee. So I'm gonna be right back here in just a second. And I'm talking about, no, I don't want an example. I want a real life fucking thing to act on. And we'll analyze it as a community and decide if it's a good idea. Okay? I'll be right back. I'm surprised I don't have to pee yet. Why don't I have to pee? It's kind of weird. I drank a lot. Why am I not peeing? I'm concerned. I'm concerned. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta get my shoes. I gotta get my shoes on. Okay? How about you listen to these psychos while I'm gone?
Are actually doing, despite the fact that the yield curve is steepening and this environment is better for the banks. And oh yeah, those stocks have already gone up a lot.
I'll take the other side of that trade. I like that Jim's thinking about this, but what is on my mind with the financials is what they reported in the third quarter. They gave very clear signals at the money center banks that they were trying to over-reserve for loan losses. And at that point in time, remember, we didn't have the first vaccine news from Pfizer. Now that news is out there. I mean, I'm expecting Jamie Dimon, who is obviously always outspoken and very direct, to say, hey, you know what? We might have over-reserved. Maybe in the near future, we're going to give some of that reserves back. I think the business, to Jim's point, might be better than expected. And let me say one last thing. If that sounds like it's a little premature, because it does feel maybe a touch premature, let's bear in mind that the Fed surprised all of us by, in my opinion, prematurely allowing share buybacks. So there's been good news coming early for the banks. I think it's going to continue.
Yeah. Shan, do you think it's going to continue, as Jim says?
I do. I think the financials, I mean, if we sat here, a year and a half ago, we were all talking about how this growth to value rotation had to be led by financials. And then the interest rate environment changed dramatically overnight in March. And so, if we look out over the next, 2 years or so, if you think about the work that, especially big banks have done to improve, their profitability and improve their revenue sources and move away from relying on net interest income. You have strong businesses now. Just put in, that tailwind of even modestly higher rates. And there's huge opportunity here, even if there is some central bank intervention on the long end of the curve, which I believe there could be. I don't think that it will be enough to make financials less palatable to investors who really want to buy better companies. I think it's a much harder trade to take a binary bet on energy companies right now than going into banks. And so I think this will really be the kind of the tip of the spear as it relates to this value rotation.
Okay. Oh, I like what you just did, because you just teed it up again for me, Steve Weiss. So you're going to get a better bang for your buck right now moving forward. It's a safer bet, buying the banks right here rather than playing this energy move, which energy was the leadership group. Oil's above $52 a barrel, last I checked. Is that the right way to think about that trade? You're better off in the banks than you are with the barrels.
Well, I think one of the reasons why you've seen the banks move up and the steepening yield curves, that you've seen oil prices move up. So you've brought the talk of inflation, which then is fed into the bond market. If that's the game, then I'm not playing, because I think oil prices are closer to a high than they are to a low. I think they retreat, that it's unsustainable. It's always a mug's game trying to trade oil and invest in it. So I'm not in that trade. I'm not playing the energy stocks. I do think you're safer in the bank stocks. Good luck to Jim if he can call quarters, if he wants to trade around quarters. I think the uptrend's still there. However, in a relative performance sense, then I don't think you get your best performance out of the banks. I continue to think growth and tech is where you get the biggest bang for your buck, so to speak, because the fundamentals are in there. They're not dependent on extraneous matters such as the Fed, but they're dependent upon innovation and growth and cutting back costs for companies. So that's where I'm playing it. And why mess around? Right? So I figure out, am I going to outperform energy versus the banks? Great question, but I'm just not there.
No, but if you think that energy is going to be a huge winner this year, then you would want to be in energy. So, Joe, as it relates to value, Goldman says the time for value, why there is more to go. JP Morgan says the value rotation has legs. On the oil conversation, Morgan Stanley on it says, quote, for the first time since late 2018, our sector view is attractive again. All right, so they've turned for the first time since 18. Exxon gets raised over at Morgan Stanley today to overweight, price target to 57 from 49, and that is now their top pick over Chevron. There's a lot to unpack there, but you're my guy, so go ahead.
Well, as it relates to energy, I think prices are going to move higher. However, I agree with Shannon and Steve. I don't know that I want to stay with energy investments, and I'll tell you why. The incentive for prices to move higher is that will be the condition that will get people to understand to move away from energy. If you want to get people away from utilizing oil, the way to do it is by higher prices. I still believe, though, that there is the ESG element that's going to act as a headwind on these oil companies. I still foresee that there is a significant amount of debt that needs to be refinanced in Q3 of this year, and that's going to provide an opportunity. So, yes, I think the time has come where you can be introducing value in the form of quality companies into your portfolio. I've been doing that with my ownership of Tractor Supply and Best Buy and Bunge and some of the other names I've been talking about over the last 6 weeks. But I don't know necessarily if I want to do it in the form of energy. Last point on that is, what about a Merck? What about healthcare? We're forgetting about the potential opportunity that healthcare provides in your portfolio with some of the names that are viewed as value that I think are going to begin to work significantly, not just this year, but in coming years.
And to your point, Steve Weiss, Jefferies downgrades tech to underweight from market weight. They still like some of the areas like semis and communication equipment. They'd be selective in software. But, you know, I've got people on both sides of the boat now saying, okay, we're underweight tech. Now's the time to go to value. Well, you made a pretty sharp case here on why you're not moving away from tech.
I'm not, but I'm not going to disagree with Jefferies. I'm in semis and communications, and that's where I'm finding it. So software is a little different animal. I own Microsoft. That's just a mainstay of the portfolio. It'll stay there. It's actually underperformed. But I just don't see the value trade. I mean, we're in a new generation, not in terms of millennials versus, you know, Gen X or anything like that. We're in a new generation of what drives industrial economy. And that is technology, pure and simple. Look, the auto companies had to cut back in production because they can't get enough chips. So chips, we've talked about this many times before, and at this point, it's sort of rote, but everything is powered by technology, whether it's the auto industry, whether it's, of course, telecom, pick something, your Peloton. So that's why the growth is there. The expansion of the total addressable market is undeniable, and you can't even calculate it.
Understood. Of course, we could be talking about two different time frames, right? Longer term, obviously, the points you just made seem cogent, and they would likely be the right ones. However, on a more near-term basis, because you're going to be coming out of a pandemic, and you've got this vaccine, that in the near term, it's quite conceivable that over the next several months, that value could outpace growth. We just don't know, because we're still trying to get our arms around the whole rollout of the vaccine, which is another story in and of itself. All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Coming back, we'll talk about the big ETFs to watch today, plus that halftime exclusive we have. Double Lines, Jeffrey Gundlach joining us, his take on the markets, rates, everything else. We're back in 2 minutes. We're back. Bob Pisani has our ETF Edge today. Hey, Bob.
Hello, Scotty. Welcome to the ETF Edge portion of Halftime Report. I am, of course, Bob Pisani. The election of Joe Biden has dramatically accelerated inflows into blue wave themes like climate change, infrastructure, and cannabis. Joining us now, Jay Jacobs from Global X Funds. His ETFs at the forefront of the so-called thematic investing. Jay, the hot topic of the moment, infrastructure. Your infrastructure ETF, PAVE, up 50% since the election. Your thoughts on the chances of a big infrastructure bill this year?
Well, the chances have gone up substantially over just the last week when you saw that the Senate is now going to be controlled by Democrats. Infrastructure has been at the top of Joe Biden's plan since the beginning. He's had a $2 trillion plan that's going to invest in roads, highways, airports, ports, as well as digital infrastructure and clean tech beyond that. So this has been a key pillar of Joe Biden's plan for economic revival. Now he has the tools to do that with Democrats owning the executive branch and the legislative branch. On top of that, we've seen about $500 million in inflows into our PAVE ETF as investors have started to orient their portfolios towards this theme as they start to see the chances of it accelerating, really taking off.
Well, there's certainly betting that something's going to happen. Whether it does is another thing. The other big topic, of course, is climate change and clean energy. Now, your lithium and battery ETF, that's LIT is the symbol there, that's also been on fire as well. It's up 50% in the last 6 months or so since the elections overall. Can you tell us what you think would be happening? What kind of bills are they going to introduce that would possibly justify a 50% run-up in these clean energy stocks in the last few months?
Well, it's important to remember this is a global theme. So it's not just being driven by the United States or even at the federal level. So, of course, Joe Biden has made a lot of claims about going to rejoin the Paris Agreement, reaching carbon neutrality by 2050, which is going to really require a lot of electrification of transportation. But you look at states like California, which have said by 2035 they want to be carbon neutral. You look at countries like the UK and France that are also looking at 2050. You have China, the world's largest car market, is trying to reach carbon neutrality as well. So this is a global theme being powered by a lot of different regulatory bodies who are all very quickly shifting away from internal combustion engines to lithium and battery technology and electric vehicles.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you very much, Jay. And don't miss ETF Edge starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We look at ESG in 2021, international versus domestic investing, and active management versus passive investing. That's etfedge.cnbc.com. Scott, back to you.
All right, Bob, thank you. We'll be there. Thank you so much, Bob Pisani. Stay with us. A halftime exclusive interview. Jeffrey Gundlach, DoubleLine CEO, is next.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Sue Herrera. Here's your CNBC News update at this hour. House Republicans have blocked immediate consideration of a resolution calling on Vice President Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment to remove President Trump from office. However, a vote could still come as early as tomorrow. There also may be a vote on Wednesday on an article of impeachment accusing Trump of inciting an insurrection, but the exact timing on that is uncertain. As Indonesian Navy divers work to retrieve the black boxes that recorded flight data for that plane that crashed into the ocean Saturday with 62 people on board, an investigator says it appears the jet broke apart when it hit the water, not in midair. That is because the debris are being found in relatively small areas. And here's an unusual scene for Texas, certainly. Heavy snow in parts of the state made travel hazardous and prompted some power outages. And it's not unusual for northern Japan to get some snow, but they're getting a lot more of it than usual. In some places, more than twice the average amount. You are up to date, Scott. I'll send it back to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Sue Herrera. Well, with stocks and rates in focus today, there is no better time to welcome in our headliner today, DoubleLine CEO Jeffrey Gundlach. He joins us live now. Jeffrey, it's good to see you. It's been a while. Happy New Year.
Hey, Scott. It's nice to be with you. I can't see you, but at least I don't have an earpiece this time. It's the first time I've done one of these things without an earpiece from remote. It's actually kind of nice.
Well, let's see how it goes. It's great to have you. And as we look to sort of, the last time we visited was 9 months ago. It's hard to believe it was back then in April, on April 27th. You said you thought we were going to retest the lows then and we'd take them out. We, of course, did not, and we're 71% higher on the S&P 500. So where are we now as you look at this market?
Well, we're at extraordinarily high valuations is where we are. That's being supported by massive amounts of stimulus, obviously. And one of the things that's fascinating is you go back for decades of stock market data, there are many valuation metrics that are in the top 1 percentile of overvaluation. So the thing that's keeping it going, though, of course, is the Fed. The Fed, with rates at zero and promises to stay at zero, allows for valuations to be, record-breakingly high. And that's where we are. Also, what's very important for a lot of people to understand is that many things that have been persistent trends relative to equity performance have started to reverse one after another after another. For example, emerging markets are outperforming the United States. Value is outperforming growth. Weak balance sheets are outperforming strong balance sheets. It goes on and on. And some of these things are getting fairly convincing. Just look at the Russell 2000. In the month of November, it had its entire year's return, basically, at least through the end of November, in that single month, up something like 16, 17%. So things are definitely changing. The leadership of the United States being the top performing market for 10 years, basically, has seemed to reverse. And the Super Six, as I've been calling them, the FANGs plus Microsoft, are no longer outperforming. So it's interesting that the generals that led the charge to one of the greatest market outperformances from the U.S. versus the rest of the world, and just an outright nominal returns space, have really left the battlefield. So a lot of things are changing, and I suspect that this is not a short-term phenomenon. Of course, the other thing that's really changed is interest rates have stopped falling. And back when we were talking back in March or April, on intraday low, the 30-year Treasury bond got to 71 basis points, and it's over 100 basis points higher than that right now. So the yield curve is steepening, the dollar is falling, the U.S. is underperforming, and these are important things for asset allocators to consider.
I mean, of course, there are those who would make an argument that big tech's underperformance is not necessarily a bad thing because you've had a widening out of breadth within the market. So whereas there was a big criticism about the top-heavy move in the market, that's widened out. Rates are still low as well, right?
Super low. Rates are really low, yes.
So do you see markets being vulnerable right here? Because the Fed's not getting out of the way, and the Fed being a principal reason of what you just said as to why we're here in the first place. If that dynamic's not going to change anytime soon, is the market vulnerable, or is it justified in being where it is?
I think all markets are vulnerable to a fact that I think is undeniable that's going to happen. in the next 4 or 5 months, and that is whether it's sustainable or not, the CPI headline number is going to move up in a very meaningful way by mid-year. We have a model at DoubleLine that's worked very, very well. It's not a very complicated model, but it's amazing how well it works. And we suspect that inflation on the headline CPI is going to come up to close to 3%. It might even hit a 3 handle in the May or June report. And you might remember that Charlie Evans last week said something pretty remarkable for a Fed governor, number 2 guy at the Fed, relative to getting the inflation rate higher, which we all know is their fervent desire. He said, we're in it to win it, meaning we are in this to get inflation higher, and they don't even have to do anything based upon the base effect of how low the inflation rate was when we went into the lockdown. By the time we get to May or June, the CPI is going to be something like 3%, maybe high 2s. But when you look at a 10-year Treasury that's barely over 1%, it's hard to believe that that level could sustain without massive intervention by the Fed if you actually had a CPI that was at that number of about 2.9 or 3%. And so I think interest rates will continue to rise until such time as the Fed decides to do their yield curve control that they've talked about repeatedly in plain English and plain sight. Where that level is the $64,000 question, because I don't think rising interest rates from this level are something that is going to sit well with, obviously not the bond market, and it's not going to sit well with the things that are at elevated valuations based upon the anchor of low interest rates produced by the Fed. So this is very important.
Yeah, so it certainly sounds like you're worried or at least concerned about the market's reaction to rising inflation. I want to read you something that Mohamed El-Arian said this morning on Squawk Box and get your reaction to it because it's right in your wheelhouse. He said, if you're looking for warning signs, I'm quoting here, if you're looking for warning signs, there are some warning signs coming out of the fixed income market. He pointed to the steepening of both the 210 and 230s. He said, quote, it's going up for the wrong reasons, not because of growth, but because of a combination of buyers getting more hesitant and people worrying about inflation. If you get another 20 basis points in another 5 to 6 trading sessions, then it's flashing yellow and a lot brighter at that point. Do you agree?
Well, I don't know about that last part. I don't know what's so magical about 20 more basis points, but let's just zoom out a little bit. We've been looking for a steeper yield curve at DoubleLine for a long time, and it's certainly been happening. I mean, 2s, 10s has been steepening. It was inverted briefly there in late 2018, early 2019, and now it's been steepening out. And I do think that inflation is a real game changer should it occur, and that certainly is why rates are rising. One thing that wasn't in that quote was looking at break-evens by comparing the TIPS market to the regular Treasury market, and the break-evens went way down, understandably, in March and April when last we spoke because there was this economic disaster that was occurring, but the break-evens have fully recovered and are now going up. So I'm just going to reiterate, Charlie Evans said, we're in this to win it. We're in it to win it. The Fed wants inflation. One way to contextualize all this that is actually, I think, sort of the goal of the Fed is they want the inflation rate to be higher than the interest rate anywhere on the yield curve, even out to 30 years. That's one way in which you cushion the blow of this debt compounding that we're doing at shockingly high rates in response to the lockdowns. You know, the budget deficit, the real budget deficit, not the official one, if you include the off-balance sheet stuff, is 20% of GDP. I mean, we are not out of the recession. I know that a lot of people say because we've got a couple quarters of growth here, that's by some sort of dictionary definition out of the recession, but that's not the Gunlock definition. The Gunlock definition is you're out of a recession when you take out the old highs of nominal and real GDP, and we certainly haven't done that yet. So here we are running massive budget deficits, which is weakening the dollar, which will be a further impetus for inflation, and we know that the inflation rate is going up. And one thing that a lot of people really probably don't realize, if you want to win a beer at a bar with a bunch of economists, ask them what's the highest year-over-year core CPI level for the past 25 years. And most people would probably think there must have been a month in there when it was 4% or something like that, but it was never even 3%. Core CPI has been incredibly subdued for 25 years. And I believe that the big 40,000-foot overview of what's going on here is many long-term trends that we've come to trade based upon, and people have baked into their forecasts and their thesis, is that a lot of these trends that have been in place are changing. And I think that inflation could very well ultimately break out to the upside, and that would be a massive game changer for everything. It would probably break apart the lack of correlation between stocks and bonds. My friend Jim Bianco talks about this. We had a discussion on my Roundtable Prime, which is up on doubleline.com, about this that went on for a long time. So a lot of things are changing, I think. I remember back, it seems like a long time ago now, I guess it was, Judge, we were talking back in 2017, which was the year of epic low volatility for equities and everything else, but equities in particular. And I remember when I was talking to you, I looked at the crawler, and it showed that the VIX index was at 9.85. And I said to you that my highest conviction idea was that the incredibly unprecedented low volatility of 2017 was about to change and was about to go higher, and the VIX would go above 15 quickly. And I was derided by subsequent guests on CNBC by claiming that I didn't understand that there'd been a structural change in the world and in the VIX and in the market, and that the VIX would never, ever go above 15 again. Well, obviously, that idea that we were in a new era about the market's construction was wrong, because the VIX has been going up pretty much every year since then. And I think that the low volatility of inflation for the past 25 years is probably going to give way to something different. I respect the idea that we have so much debt that it's possible that the breakout to the CPI out of its range, its incredibly narrow range of the past 25 years, could be to deflation. That's possible under a certain construct. But I believe the Fed doesn't want that to happen. And they want the inflation rate to be above every interest rate. And another thing that's interesting right now is that average hourly earnings year over year are higher than the rate on the 30-year mortgage commitment rate. So people are actually able to borrow at essentially sort of negative interest rates, even to buy homes. And corporate bonds, for the first time in history, are actually at negative yields. And I don't believe this is a coincidence. I don't believe this is an accident. I believe this is by design. And this is one of the reasons why I think you can have a rationale for it's not insane valuations for the stock market, even though it's at nosebleed levels by historical standards. So many other things are at unprecedented situations, as I've just described.
Right. So even though you say that you know, this Charles Evans line of in it to win it, the Fed is going to be extraordinarily careful, isn't it? Is it not, about letting interest rates rise too far too fast? And this question of how much inflation and the speed and rate of it is too much. I don't know if you heard the top of my program today, but Jim Lebenthal suggested that a 10-year even getting to 1.3 to 1.5%, not that far from here, 35, 40 basis points, was going to be too much for the Fed. And they'd start putting their thumb on the scale again. They would start buying bonds to further push rates down again. Do you agree with that?
I don't know what the level is. Again, I don't have any inside information on this, and I don't even know if the Fed themselves has a preconceived notion. But they've been crystal clear that they are willing to do what they call yield curve control, which is pegging interest rates. The big question is, what level would that be? I'm going to just pull out some intuition here. I don't have any super secret information, but I think the Fed will let the 10-year go higher than 1.5. I don't know what the number is. It might be 2. But again, I'm going to go back to this theme that the inflation rate, the headline CPI, is going to go above 2.5 in the next few months. And I think as long as the viewpoint of CPI is higher than the rate on the 10-year, that the Fed may let things be. I think that if the 10-year goes above the headline CPI or the core CPI or both, that might be the trigger that the Fed comes in and does their yield curve control. Right now, that's not an issue, because the 10-year isn't close to the headline CPI, and the headline CPI is moving higher. So my guess is that fellow that you had at the top of your show, my guess is his number is a little too low, as far as where the Fed will come in.
What do you anticipate a Powell Fed combined with a Yellen Treasury is going to look like, assuming, of course, that that's the dynamic and Jay Powell remains the Fed chair?
I don't buy into the narrative that's quite common that Janet Yellen is some sort of a puffball and is going to facilitate some sort of wildly easy policy. That wasn't her record as chairwoman of the Fed. She was the first to raise interest rates. She actually raised the Fed funds rate near the end of her tenure, and she voted for interest rate hikes repeatedly. And I don't think she ever voted against an interest rate hike when she was on the Fed. So I'm not, it's a interesting idea that somehow that we have, the band back together with, Joe Biden and Janet Yellen and John Kerry hanging around and all this other stuff. But I don't really think that Yellen is going to be some sort of massive facilitator based upon her record.
But don't you think that, given where we are now and the concerns about the economy, I mean, you yourself said we're still in a recession, that they're going to be extraordinarily easy, right? I mean, it's this, we're not even thinking about, and you'll probably have to add a few more thinking abouts before we get out of this range of the conversation.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, the Fed has been crystal clear again that they're leaving interest rates at zero for years to come. And so that's something that you could take to the bank. I mean, when Bernanke said that back in like 2010 or 2011, he was going to leave the Fed funds rate at zero for 3 years, the market didn't believe him. But they should have believed him because they stayed there for even a little bit longer. And so they're going to stay low. And this is what's creating this move up in inflation expectations, which is not trivial by any stretch of the imagination. And not just is inflation rising, but we've started to see, and I sent you a few charts, I don't know if you have them, but I sent you one that's on the food commodity prices. Agricultural commodity prices have been really depressed for a sustained period of time, just dropping and dropping, but they've started to bottom out and are now rocketing higher. Food inflation is the worst kind of inflation that there is because it hurts the poorest people who are already in a bad way based upon the lockdowns and the unemployment and the lack of wage growth, broadly speaking, over decades. And this is a real issue that has to be dealt with. Food inflation would cause real societal shakeup. And these are things, I mean, again, zooming out to the 40,000-foot overview, these are things that I've been talking about for years, that we're going through institutional teardown of the construct of society. And Judge, you mentioned that it's a good thing in a certain sense that the Super Six are no longer outperforming. And I sort of agree with that. But the extent to which they've outperformed is so massive. That's one of the reasons that we have a lot of these societal problems, is that the wealth inequality has gone from absurd to absurd squared since the lockdowns and, of course, the years leading up to it. We've gotten to the point where in the technology sector, employment is 2% of the economy in technology, and yet the stock market capitalization of technology is 38% of the market. And this is, of course, expanded very dramatically with the outperformance until recently of the Super Six. So these are things that we have to deal with. We don't like looking at them because they're not pretty, but yet you turn on the TV and you're seeing the consequences of what I've been calling the fourth turning. It's not my phrase, it's Neil Howe's phrase, Howe, wrote a book called The Fourth Turning, which is worth reading. It speaks to how societies deal with the disconnect between rapidly moving technology and slow, if not ossified, property relations and the institutions of society. And this is what happened.
So let me ask you this. What's your highest conviction trade right now? Now, there was, back when we spoke in the spring, you were short the S&P. I know that you just mentioned the Russell and what small caps have done and the incredible run that they've had. So let me ask you first from an equity standpoint. What is the highest conviction trade that you have on now? How are you positioned, if in any way, to reflect it from an equity standpoint?
Emerging market equities, particularly emerging market Asia. is where I would be in the equity market. I would have 25%. This is what I've been recommending for months now, and it's been working extremely well. 25% of assets in emerging market equities, particularly favoring Asia. 25% in cash, because that's a deflation position. 25%, even though I think you're going to lose money on it, in long-term government bonds, like the 30-year Treasury. That's because there's a deflation risk. And then 25% in either real estate or Bitcoin or gold or whatever you like as a real asset play. So you have 50% of your assets in deflation hedges, cash and long-term bonds, and 50% in inflation hedges, which are real assets and emerging market, particularly Asian equities. And this is a cocktail that's been working very, very well. I mean, last year the long-term bonds helped you. They're not helping you lately, and I'm not sure they're going to. But there's enough of a risk that you need to have a fat tail asset allocation position, and that's what I'm recommending, and it's been working.
Okay, so from a fixed income standpoint, conviction play.
I think bank loans are, if you have a one sector portfolio, one thing that's really interesting is bank loans had a bad year last year. They actually had a negative return, at least on a price basis. And these are floating rate assets, and it's interesting, they usually start to get some love when long-term interest rates start to rise, and long-term interest rates have started to rise. Also, there's the short-term interest rate is at 0. And so there's no chance that your interest rate is going to float lower. It can only float higher. Now, the Fed's not really giving you much support on the idea that it's about to float higher, but it can't float lower. And so I think that bank loans have had persistent outflows from a mutual fund and ETF standpoint over the past 18 months or so, and I think it's time for them to catch up. So I like that. The other areas in fixed income that are interesting are dangerous, unfortunately, because the Fed has rigged the deck, stacked the deck to the point where the things that are perceived to be okay are priced at really high levels. I mean, corporate bonds yield about the same as the 30-year Treasury in investment grade categories. High yield bonds have been priced all the way back to pre-COVID sorts of levels. So you have to go into the areas that are dangerous, which are, this commercial mortgage-backed securities market, parts of the asset-backed securities market. These are esoteric things, but retail investors can get to them via closed-end funds that invest in these types of things.
But it sounds like
go ahead.
It sounds like you're a believer in Bitcoin to certainly some extent. I mean, as a lot of brand name investors these days seem to be.
Well, I do a webcast every early January. It's called Just Markets. In fact, I'm doing it tomorrow. People can find it at doubleline.com. And all I do is talk about markets. I don't talk about any of my funds because we can free ourselves of the rigid compliance envelope. And last year, I said my two highest convictions ideas were the dollar was going down and Bitcoin was going up. And Bitcoin at the time was about 5,000. When Bitcoin got to about 23,000, I thought it started looking like a mania. And I went neutral on Bitcoin. And of course, it went up to 40,000. I think it dropped like 10,000 or something like today or recently. So it's volatile as all get out. But I don't like Bitcoin here. I don't like things that are up on a stilt like that, just like I didn't like the Super 6 back in June or September. But Bitcoin to me is now in sort of bubble territory in terms of the way it's been acting. But yeah, it does have the people that point out that it has a terrific supply-demand dynamic. If indeed institutions get involved, they're right. They're right about that. And so that's what can create these massive moves up in Bitcoin. But for the time being, I've actually been neutral on gold since about the summertime, and now I'm neutral on Bitcoin. I think all of these things are kind of baked in right now, and the trade location is poor. Even the dollar, I've been very negative on the dollar since January of 2017, but I actually turned neutral on the dollar a little bit lower than where we are right now, but basically where we are right now, just because these things seem like they've gotten too deeply into the consensus narrative. A lot of people call me a contrarian. I'm not really a contrarian, but there's times when the setup, the people seem to be so much on one side of the boat that I just really don't believe the boat can sail that well. And I think that's where Bitcoin is on the bullish side right now.
It's interesting because Mark Cuban tweeted earlier today, watching, this is a quote from his tweet, watching the cryptos trade, it's exactly in all caps, like the internet stock bubble, exactly again in all caps. I think Bitcoin, Ethereum, a few others will be analogous to those that were built during the dot-com era, survived the bubble bursting and thrived like Amazon, eBay, and Priceline. Many won't. So it sounds like you guys are symbiotic, at least to today, about where Bitcoin is and the level it is and the run that it's had.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Mark in a while. With his lockdowns, it's funny. You kind of lose track of some of the people you communicate with. But yeah, I think if you wanted to make historical comparisons of Bitcoin or the NASDAQ or relative outperformance of things back to the bubble days, there's plenty of evidence that supports that point of view. The thing that you have to be cautioned, that's a caution warning about doing that, is the Fed and the stimulus are really relentless right now. And the Fed is committed to zero interest rates for years to come. And the stimulus, I keep hearing the word trillions with an S on it in terms of stimulus. And it's sort of hard to fight the massive impetus that is created by, in the short term anyway, trillions with an S of stimulus and zero interest rates and negative mortgage rates relative to inflation and negative corporate bond real yields. I mean, these are very, very powerful impetuses. And for that reason, you can see at the bond market, it has the yield curve steepening and we have the break evens going up pretty persistently. And for the time being, I think the trend is your friend in that regard.
Steve Weiss, you have something for Jeffrey Gundlach before we go?
I do. We've got a dual mandate here from the Fed, so we haven't talked about employment at all. Isn't that going to temper what they do in terms of raising rates anytime soon, particularly with technology continuing to pressure jobs?
Yeah, again, the Fed is not going to raise rates anytime soon. They've said so in plain sight, in plain English. And so that's not something you have to worry about. So that's why we have had this relentless rise in things. And now you have real estate rising as well. And I keep hearing commentary about how, like vaccines are some magic silver bullet and everything's going to go back to normal. There's the old nursery rhyme about Humpty Dumpty. And you can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. And I think investors need to think very seriously about the fact that we're not going back to February of 2020. It's never going to happen. And small businesses are still closed in a huge way. I mean, about 25% of the small businesses that were up and running 12 months ago are closed right now. And one of the themes that I think is going to become apparent here in 2021 is that economic distress is going to start climbing the ladder. So what I mean by that is first hit, the baristas and stuff like that, the very low wage level. And it's going to start climbing up the ladder. What is the moment? How long does lockdown have to go on before a CEO looks in the mirror and says, maybe I have to restructure permanently the way that I'm doing business here? Because once you're locked down we're coming on a full year here. And at least here in Southern California, we don't have any visibility on when this is going to end. There comes a point when you have to say, I need to make changes into how we're operating as a business. And those changes are not hiring more people.
I know, but that's a pretty dark view on what the other side of the pandemic is going to look like. I mean, don't you think you must feel it? I mean, there's so much pent-up demand. People want to get back to whatever normalcy is going to look like. Now, it may be different from what it was in February of 2020, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be the apocalypse either, forever.
I think there's a short-term pent-up demand. I think that's right. We've seen evidence of that just in the just past holiday season. If you look at the TSA data, there was a noticeable uptick versus the trend from a year ago. So sure, there was pent-up demand, and I think that happens. But I also think that a lasting effect post-pandemic is people experienced basically they had the fear of God put into them when they started to worry that they had no savings and that they were going to lose their job potentially. And I think we're going to go more into a savings economy ultimately. I mean, a lot of the stimulus money was saved. I mean, we had the weirdest.
That's true. I got less than a minute left. Just to throw that in there.
Okay, we had the weirdest snapback ever. Here was a very, very deep recession where personal disposable income actually went up thanks to the stimulus. But this is not sustainable stuff. So we're going to have a future which is going to be extremely bright, Judge, not dark, but we have to readjust, and that readjustment does take some work. So when we get through the fourth turning, it's going to be a vastly better world, I believe. But we have to go through the hard work of preparing and creating it. And I look forward to that happening.
Enjoyed our conversation. I look forward to the next. Thank you for being with us, Jeffrey Gundlach.
Thanks, Judge.
All right, we'll talk to you again soon. Jeffrey, of course, of Double Line. Shannon, can you give me a name for a final trade real quick?
Analog Devices.
Okay, Joe?
AMD.
Steve?
GBTC, Bitcoin.
And the farmer?
General Motors.
All right, guys, good stuff. Thank you. Thanks to Jeffrey Gundlach as well. The exchanges now.
Well, thank you, Scott, and hello, everybody. I am Brian Sullivan, in for Kelly today and all week. The contours of a COVID relief package, the lines already being drawn around what the next relief bill should or should not include, and why, if you're hoping to get a $2,000 stimulus check sooner than later, you may want to focus on later. Social media trying to take a stand, pulling the plug on Trump platforms. While some are praising the move, others say those companies are a big part of the problem. Investors may seem to agree today. And Bitcoin getting busted today, down more than $6,000 right now. We're going to find out why, and why many of you retail investors out there need to be very careful about buying anything that just suddenly slaps Bitcoin or blockchain on its name. All right, a lot to do, but as we want to do, let us start with the markets and your money, and who else but Dom Chu for that. Dom.
All right, so Sully, your markets and your money right now are at session highs, believe it or not, because the Dow Industrial is only down a very modest 20 points. Call it flat on the session. By the way, not long after the opening bell, the Dow was down about 266 points. So we've had a nice, decent rally throughout the course of the morning into the early afternoon trade. The S&P now 38.16, off about 0.25% and a 0.5% decline for the Nasdaq Composite, 13,130 the last trade there. It's not all red, though. Two stocks in particular are getting a lot of attention because they have made record highs in trading today. Target gets a gold star, and so does Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly surging today on the heels of some positive data on one of its Alzheimer treatment candidates. That's driving that stock higher. And Target stock, by the way, hitting an all-time high there. That consumer continuing to play out big during the pandemic, at least from the big box standpoint. And then you mentioned Bitcoin. It was just a couple of days ago, late last week, that we hit intraday 41,900, depending on which measure of Bitcoin prices you look at. Right now, we're at 32,763, meaning in that move here, we've lost about 20% so far, 27% at the lows. Bitcoin, remember, a huge move higher very quickly, maybe not so surprising, Brian, that we've pulled back as quickly as we have. Still, though, 32,742, the last trade, according to Coinbase. Back over to you, Brian.
You're proving me wrong. I just said it was down 6,000. Everything's suddenly coming back. Maybe it was the Gundlach interview, Dom Chu. Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah, everything is coming back. Could be in the green soon. Maybe not on Bitcoin, but certainly the markets. Dom, thank you. We'll see you all day long here. All right, right now we have got to get back to Washington, where House Democrats are pushing forward with their plans to impeach President Trump. But even with the grotesque events of last Wednesday, it may not be as easy as many think. Eamon Javers joining us now with the very latest at this hour. What do we know, Eamon?
Yeah, Brian, that's right. House Democrats have already been blocked this morning. They tried to move a resolution to the floor under unanimous consent, which meant that any Republicans could step up and block it. The resolution would have called on Mike Pence, the vice president, to step in with the 25th Amendment along with the cabinet and remove President Trump today from office. Republicans did object to that. Democrats were blocked. They say they're going to bring that resolution up for a vote tomorrow, and they say that if Mike Pence does not move forward within 24 hours in terms of that 25th Amendment move to remove the president, well, then they say they're going to move forward with articles of impeachment. Steny Hoyer, one of the top Democratic leaders, said today that that vote could happen as soon as Wednesday on Capitol Hill. So Democrats moving quickly with an impeachment. They say it's an emergency to remove a president who's become a threat to democracy. Not at all clear, though, Brian, where any of this will go up in the Senate. They seem like they're going to have the votes in the House to impeach. Then the question is a Senate trial. How long does that take? How fast can they move in the Senate? Could any of that happen before January 20th when the president leaves office anyway? That seems unclear. And then the question is, will they have an impeachment after the president has left office? The goal of that would be to prevent the president from ever being able to run again and to strip him of some of his post-presidential perks. They could do that in the Senate after the president has left office while President-elect Biden is beginning his first 100 days. Not at all clear what the timing of that's going to look like. A very fluid situation here in Washington, D.C., as lawmakers are struggling to respond to that violence that they saw on Wednesday, Brian.
Yeah, all right, let's switch gears a little bit, Eamon, because obviously one of the fallouts of that is the lack of security, lack of coordination between maybe the Metro Police, Capitol Hill Police, the FBI, and other agencies. You've got the inauguration now, 8 days off, including today. What kind of security are we seeing ramping up? Are there new threats of any potential violence heading up to or on the day of the inauguration on the 20th?
Well, we're seeing heightened security in Washington, D.C. As officials try to put assets into place to protect that inauguration. We saw Mayor Bowser here in D.C. saying she's been in contact with federal officials. She says that there is an ongoing threat to democracy and that these groups are armed and dangerous. Twitter said on Friday, as it shut down the president's account, that it has seen ongoing efforts to organize an additional attack on the Capitol on January 17th, a couple of days before the inauguration. And of course, the inauguration itself, there's some concern around that as well. So there's a real sense of siege here in Washington as people are trying to figure out, will there be another attempt on the Capitol or some other violence? And the threat of violence is certainly high at this point, Brian.
It is, and let's hope these platforms, listen, which enable mass organization, often and most often anonymously, very quickly. Let's hope that they are cracking down and everybody is watching for any signs of this. Eamon Javers, thank you very much. All right, well, tough transition, but from D.C. back to the markets and your money. As you can see on the bottom right of your screen, stocks are well off their lows of the day. The Dow looks like it may turn green any second now, but we are still down from the records that we had during the first week of the new year. Of course, adding to the political concerns, you've got rising interest rates lately, concerns about inflation, and a market that seems to be heading in a bit of a new direction, away from growth and technology into more cyclicals and industrials and even oil and energy stocks. Joining us now to talk about all of this and more is Anna Hahn. She is VP of Equity Strategy at Wells Fargo Securities, as well as Charles Bobrinskoy, head of the investment group at Ariel Investments. Anna, we got some of your micro themes, and by the way, your latest note quotes The Simpsons, so I'll give you a +1 certainly for that. But from a macro perspective, you just heard what Eamon Javers said. We're talking about violence in D.C., the potential impeachment of President Trump, regulatory concerns around social media and other internet companies. Is it harder to be bullish today than it was 1 week ago, or do we look forward?
Brian, I think we look forward, and it's not to say that these aren't speed bumps on the road, but something that equity investors have been doing is expecting more uncertainty with the markets. You're seeing that reflected in example, take the VIX. You're seeing it flirt around 22, 24, but not really decaying as fast as it did as we saw last year. So with investors expecting a little more uncertainty, it makes it easier for equity markets to be more resilient, even with all the political unrest.
Charles, would you agree with that? As difficult as this time is as a nation right now on so many levels, markets price 9 to 12 months out and see better days ahead.
Yeah, remember, Brian, the market is very interested in the direction of change. The market got killed when the pandemic started to get bad and started coming back when that direction changed. And I think, although last week was just a horrible week for the country and for our democracy, we're going to be in a better shape in 2 weeks than we are today, and better shape in a month, and after we start getting the vaccinations out, better shape in 3 months. So the direction of change is very positive, and if anything, that rate of change is accelerating. I think you're going to start to see a ramping up of vaccinations, a ramping up of jobs. I think you're going to see an acceleration of the good news.
Yeah, and Anna, maybe all of this terrible news could actually cohere the United States and bring us closer together, kind of like Arnold Schwarzenegger actually said yesterday. But that aside, let's focus on where the value may be in the markets. Small caps, I know you favor them. They have been red hot. The Russell 2000 up 28% in just 90 days. But you and your team believe there could be more upside to come. How come?
Well, you think about how the Russell 2000 has underperformed the S&P 500 for 5-6 years. It's really been a laggard. So now that it's starting to outperform, people want to say, it's too hot, it's going to burn bright and burn short. But for us, we think this trade has legs because small caps aren't just the riskier group, but they're also a little bit cyclically sensitive. And investors right now, if they have that risk appetite and they do believe in the economic recovery 9-12 months down the road and this, bundling up of good news, you're going to want to be in the groups that are more sensitive to that recovery. So small caps is part of that trade. But something to point out, too, is we're going into Q4 earnings season, and that acceleration of quarter-over-quarter improvement, it helps investors look forward. But keep in mind, expectations go higher as well. With better expectations, you're going to have to put up better numbers. And we're not so sure that earnings can keep up with those valuations.
Yeah, and you've got, Charles, a macro inflation. By the way, if you're under the age of 35, you don't even know what inflation is. You're probably going to Investopedia and trying to look up exactly what it means. But it's a super tanker that moves a lot of ships. So you like harder asset companies, a Mosaic, which is a fertilizer company, even like some real estate, Madison Square Garden, those types of names you think are the place to be, as well as certain banks.
Yeah, inflation, as you just said, is something that nobody's seen for a long time. It is going to be very real over the next 6 months. I think we're going to be over 3% CPI by June, maybe higher. And in that environment, first of all, you can't have a 10-year at 1% with that kind of inflation level. So interest rates are going to move a lot higher. And that has an effect on growth versus value. Growth stocks have their earnings way out in the future. Higher interest rates hit growth stocks hard. Value stocks are going to do much better in this environment. And we're going to see people understand that there really was a bond bubble today. And that bubble, I think, is actually pretty dangerous here.
Charles Bobinskoy, Anna Hahn, great stuff there. We'll see you both in a short bit. Appreciate you coming on The Exchange. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us, Brian.
All right, on deck here on The Exchange, the debate over another COVID relief package is already underway before the one Congress is currently debating even gets done. Should you keep your hopes high but expectations low? Social media looking not so social lately. The platforms under scrutiny for their role in violence, but even with big new regulations possible, why Jeffrey says Facebook may be the stock to own this year. The analyst behind that big call will join us. Bitcoin down 4,500. We're back right after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
All right, welcome back to The Exchange. Good Monday afternoon. $2,000 stimulus checks, student loan forgiveness, and rental assistance. Just a few of the big financial battle lines being drawn over stimulus. This one, or perhaps the next. Ilan Moy joining us now with a closer look at what exactly is in play. Ilan.
Well, Brian, President-elect Biden will unveil his COVID proposal on Thursday, but Democrats in Congress are already planting some flags of their own. Moderate Democratic Senator Joe Manchin has said those $2,000 stimulus checks, they can't be a carte blanche. But Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders is saying they're a promise that must be kept. Unemployment benefits may not be such an easy swing either. The incoming chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, Ron Wyden, is pledging to push for his own proposal to boost those benefits by $600 a week all the way through October. But that might be too much and for too long for some Democrats. Remember, there were 18 House Democrats who voted against that $2 trillion HEROES Act back in October. Many of those seats are now held by Republicans, which means that the margin of error in the House is even smaller. Meanwhile, progressives, they have their own wish list as well, including canceling up to $50,000 in student loans. That's compared to the $10,000 that Biden has proposed. They also want to strengthen worker safety protections, raise the minimum wage, and create 600,000 jobs to care for dependents like the elderly and children. So, Brian, this is going to be really a test for Biden of whether he can unify the Democratic caucus, not to mention potentially win over 10 Republican senators as well, or if we're going to end up stuck in gridlock in 2021 as well. Back to you.
Ilan, how have we heard from the Republicans, if at all? Are there any that have indicated, whether it's cryptically or on the record, that they would be willing to go with some of these stimulus ideas, regardless of the debt and whatever they believe may happen with the economy?
I think right now a lot of Republicans are waiting to see where the Democrats land. One of the challenges that that Democrats are going to face is that the chief champion on the Republican side for those $2,000 stimulus checks was Josh Hawley, who is now persona non grata on the Capitol. So who is going to be the voice amongst Republicans to cross the line and support that measure with the Democrats? That is still unclear. But one thing that's important to remember is that how Democrats decide to do this, whether they decide to do this in a bipartisan way along with Republicans, or they try to pass this through a budget reconciliation process, that is going to help determine what exactly goes into this package, because there are constraints in both ways, both strategies on this, and that is going to help shape exactly the types of policies they can pursue and how big of a package they can ultimately achieve.
Yeah, and watching Speaker of the House Pelosi on 60 Minutes last night, it wasn't all that clear. The Democrats themselves were clearly aligned. Ilan Moy, thank you very much. Do appreciate that. All right, for more now on some of these opportunities and roadblocks could impact businesses, the recovery, and more, let's welcome back in Penny Pritzker, former Secretary of Commerce under President Barack Obama and founder of PSP Partners as well. Has been called the quiet architect of the Biden administration's plan to rejuvenate the American economy. Penny, it's good to chat with you again. What do you believe? I know you're dialed in on the Democratic side. What do you believe will ultimately get passed by this Congress?
Look, what I know is that there's agreement that we have to help the people that are hardest hit in our country. That means there's more that needs to be done for our workers. We have 10 million workers who are still out of work that were working in the first quarter of 2020. And we had very disturbing news last week in that the jobs report were 140,000 people lost jobs in December, normally a time when jobs are created. And so that's telling us that our recovery is stalling and that action needs to be taken. Making sure that we help students who are trying to better themselves and put themselves in a position to be able to become a part of our economy is essential. Keeping people so that they have their housing and they have food, these are fundamentals. And so I think there's a general recognition that these things need to get done in the next stimulus bill. The other is really understanding
Penny, let me jump in just for a second. I want to sort of dissect this piece by piece. Certainly on the business side, you got to keep people in their home first. Try to keep them employed or keep their business going. What does student loan relief and the potential moral hazard there have to do with stimulus in the immediacy? I could see where it benefits 5 and 10 years down the road.
We need to make sure that look, it's another way of helping those folks who are most at risk is to make sure that they don't default on their student loans, which has a huge repercussion for someone in terms of their credit rating, in terms of their ability to participate fully in the economy. So it's a very important part of the mix to make sure that those people who are either in our educational system or just out of the educational system, who are really the most vulnerable right now during this time, that they're not thrown, off course for a long period because of the crisis that we're facing.
Yeah, although I would say that people who probably paid off their law school loans or whatever it was 2 years ago are going to be a little bit frustrated, but let's move on from that, Penny, if we can. Listen, you are originally from Chicago. Andrew Cuomo, the New York governor, tweeting out about an hour ago that basically we can't lock down until the vaccines are fully rolled out. We won't have anything left to open. That was his term. Chicago, many of my friends who live there say the same thing. How worried are you that no matter what stimulus gets passed, we are beyond the point of return for many of those amazing restaurants and small businesses in the Windy City and other places?
I don't think we're beyond return. I think, first of all, we have an extremely robust team that's been put together by President-elect Biden to address the crisis, to address the COVID pandemic. And we need to get folks vaccinated. That's number one in terms of restaurants, hospitality, travel, the service industries, which have been massively hit. And that's a big part of the 10 million jobs that ought to come roaring back if we can get the pandemic under control. So that's job number one, is to address the pandemic. Job two is what we've been talking about, which is recognizing we have to make sure there's a bridge for both the individuals and the businesses so that they are there at the end. I mean, yes, unfortunately, there are many small businesses that will not return, and that's tragic and horrible. But we need to help those that are doing their best to stay alive during this time, to make it and to re-blossom once we've got a vaccine in place and the economy is up and operating at full steam. And then, beyond that, we need to, then begin to invest in our future and invest in our competitiveness, invest in our infrastructure, invest in our innovation. All of this
Penny
is part of
Pritzker, long-range discussion. Look, there's a lot more to discuss down the road as well. We're going to leave it there, though. Penny, we'll welcome you back on CNBC anytime. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Appreciate it.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, coming up, investors jumping into Bitcoin quickly and jumping out just as quickly, with the crypto falling more than 20% at one point. It's not down that much, still down 11%, $4,200. We're going to look at why. And it wasn't just Bitcoin that investors have been jumping into. It's anything that was related. Just slap Bitcoin on your name and you may get a buyer. The Bitcoin exchange. We'll return right after this. All right, welcome back to the exchange. The markets right now, they are down, but they are only down by 0.1%. The Dow was down a couple hundred points earlier, off 41 now. So look at that. The markets have come pulling back. Technology still the laggard. Kind of been the trend of 2021. The FANG stocks, big leaders. You know, as Jeff Gundlach said, the generals have left the battlefield. And look at the rotation. We're seeing technology down. Who's on top this year? Energy. Despite many rumors of the death of dinosaur juice, oil is up and oil-related stocks are higher as well. We are seeing the energy sector coming into this week up 9 of the past 10 weeks and one of, if not the best performing subsector of the S&P 500. All right, a couple of big single stock stories for you right now. Stock number one, that is Crocs. This after the shoe company raised its sales outlook through the full year this year. Now expecting sales to accelerate as much as 25%. Everybody wants to be comfortable while they're at home. Random but interesting, by the way. Crocs shares up 77% in the past year. Stock 2, GameStop, higher on an agreement with activist investor RC Ventures that includes the immediate appointment of 3 new board members. And speaking of 3, it's the magic number. And stock number 3, Denny's, down after saying same-store sales fell by 33% in the fourth quarter. Of course, when your dining rooms and restaurants are not allowed to open due to COVID and pandemics and lockdowns, there will be some headwinds there. Denny's shares not getting hit too bad, though. Only down about 2.5% right now. All right, let's step out of the world of money and business for a moment and get a CNBC News update with Sue Herrera. Sue.
Good to see you, Brian. Thank you so much. Here's what's happening at this hour, everyone. In an effort to protect Joe Biden's inauguration from a repeat of last week's violence at the Capitol, the District of Columbia's mayor is calling on the federal government to make it harder for a mob to gain momentum.
I am requesting the Secretary of the Department of the Interior cancel any and all public gathering permits in the District of Columbia and deny any applications for public gathering during the period January 11 through January 24.
The House of Representatives has a new security chief. Tim Blodgett was sworn in today. He was the deputy to the previous House Sergeant-at-Arms, Paul Irving, who resigned after that pro-Trump mob was able to force its way into the Capitol building. And the United Nations is warning of, quote, serious humanitarian and political repercussions if the Trump administration follows through with plans to call Yemen's Houthi movement a terrorist organization. The Iran-aligned group has been fighting a Saudi-led coalition in the country. You are up to date, Brian. I'll see you in an hour. Back to you.
All right, we look forward to it, Sue Herrera. Thank you. All right, so Bitcoin getting pushed around by the bears right now. The crypto getting crushed, although not as much as it was. It was down nearly $7,000 earlier today. Not so much now. It's come back a bit. Still down 4,000. Not making much of that negative 10% move there for Bitcoin, but it was down 20% at one point, and it lost overall $200 billion in market value in just 24 hours. Guggenheim partner Scott Minerd weighing in on Twitter earlier today saying, quote, Bitcoin's parabolic rise is unsustainable in the near term, vulnerable to a setback. The target technical upside of 35,000 has been exceeded. Time to take some money off the table. Scott will join us on this show later on this week. All right, so how could this impact all those retail investors and Bitcoin acolytes from jumping into Bitcoin mining, blockchain, and anything with those combination of words on the name? We got a couple-sided hit here. Joining us now is Lawrence Lewitton, managing markets editor at CoinDesk, and our own Kate Rooney as well. Kate, we'll get to your story in just a second. Lawrence, I want to follow up with you. What in the world is going on with Bitcoin? I know it's off its lows and the other cryptos. Why did they get just out of the blue, get smacked so hard today?
Well, you know, we have a whole bunch of issues involved. Of course, Minerd's comments didn't help. But, you know, we also have the dollar was stronger. It's hitting a 2-week high. If you look at the dollar index, we had miners were selling. And so, well, let's just get back to the dollar index. The dollar index rising, of course, that makes Bitcoin cheaper. There are higher interest rates. That, again, also hurts Bitcoin with the theory that Bitcoin is an inflation hedge. We had miners that were selling Bitcoin, and we're also looking at profit taking. We're seeing incredible amounts of volume on the CME. CME is an exchange, a futures exchange that the institutions like to use. So that's pretty much it. There's a lot of profit taking today.
Yeah. Lawrence, one more quick one to you before we go to Kate. Are you hearing anything about Coinbase or other exchanges being down? Getting some people hitting me up on social media saying, I'm having some issues here, but what are you hearing?
Yeah, Coinbase had said something that, of course, is affecting potentially some of the indices that are based off of Coinbase, because there's something like a $350 differential between what Coinbase publishes in its price at the moment, or as it did a few minutes ago, and what the rest of the market was showing. That affects the futures markets, because that's how they price. But this happens a lot in crypto when there's heavy amounts of volume. Sites like Coinbase and some of the other exchanges always have trouble. For some reason, it's either they're not ready for prime time, or they just can't handle the massive amounts of volume no matter what.
Well, that volume certainly has picked up. Lawrence Lewitton of CoinDesk. Lawrence, thank you very much. Now let's turn to Kate Rooney. And Kate, listen, even with today's drop in Bitcoin, it started the year, or at one point in the year, was at 4,200. So it has been red hot. But Kate, it's not just been the coin, has it? It's been kind of anything crypto, Bitcoin, blockchain related has been getting bought up.
And that's seen as a sign of sort of this retail exuberance returning. We saw in December, if you look at Google Trends, searches for Bitcoin and blockchain are now way up. And the story really last year was the institutional investor getting in, and Google searches weren't as high. But we've seen in the past month a lot of these retail investors getting in. And like you mentioned, if you look at some of these blockchain names, not necessarily Bitcoin, but names like Marathon Patent, which is a crypto mining company, another company called Future FinTech. There's one called SOS Limited that does cryptocurrency and some sort of mining. And it's a tech company. But all of these companies last week, rallied big time. You saw them up double digits. And according to Apex Clearing, those were 3 of the top 5 most traded names among retail investors. So you can see, similar to 2017 when we saw names like Overstock.com, which rebranded itself as sort of a crypto company versus an e-commerce company. That stock in 2017 really traded right alongside Bitcoin. And you had names like Long Island Blockchain, if you remember that, when they changed their name from an iced tea company to a blockchain company. So some of that same exuberance here.
Listen, I'm old enough to remember the internet bubble, Kate. I'm not saying that this is a bubble, but there are certain parts of it that sure smell it. Back in 99, 98, you just added .com or, God forbid, .net to your name and your valuation tripled. So, I mean, is that kind of the warning sign here for some of these are real businesses, but be careful, right? KateRooney.com?
KateRooney.com, that's it. Well, we looked at, you saw that institutional interest, and, like I mentioned, Google Trends, you didn't see that exuberance, and you didn't see that fervor around names like blockchain, but in the past month, we have seen that, and I think analysts had said it was only a matter of time before you saw at least some level of selling. Once it hit 40,000, folks are saying that really was a sign that folks were moving to take money off the table, and this retail resurgence. So I think there are some bubble-like characteristics, and you have a lot of these pro investors, Bill Miller last week even saying, it will be volatile in the next couple of years, but that is sort of what it takes for these long-term gains.
Yeah, be careful. It could be like a ticker, one letter off, and it goes up 400% in a day. Blockchain Rooney, we appreciate your time today. Thank you very much. Take care. All right, coming up, Jeffries out with its best ideas for 2021, and they're saying goodbye Amazon, kinda, but hello Facebook as the top pick, even with all the new regulatory fears that are out there. We'll talk about it coming up. Plus, the government rolling out its revamped small business loans today. The new focus, eliminating fraud and waste and prioritizing underserved and minority-owned businesses. But is it too little, too late for much of Main Street? We'll hit that coming up. All right, welcome back to The Exchange. Hope you're having a good Monday wherever you may be. Well, Twitter is not having a good Monday. Shares are tumbling right now as it suspends President Trump's account. And there are growing concerns about the future of social media regulation and maybe the future of some of these platforms themselves, even as they try to take some strong action like suspending accounts. But Twitter is not the only tech company to take drastic steps following last week's Capitol Hill riots. Deirdre Bosa here now with a look at who has done what or who hasn't done anything. Deirdre.
Well, Brian, as you alluded to, it started with Facebook and Twitter, but then more than a dozen tech companies followed suit, placing restrictions or outright banning the president or his supporters from their platforms or servers. It is a growing list that includes Twitch, Pinterest, YouTube, many others. Now, it's also one thing to block users on social media, but Brian, it's a step further to block entire platforms. That's what Apple and Google have done on their respective app stores to Parler. That's the app that is very popular with conservatives and Trump supporters. Amazon Web Services went even further than that, essentially taking it off the internet altogether by cutting off its cloud computing power. The companies say that Parler is unwilling or unable to police posts that encourage violence and crime. Now, Parler has already hit back with a lawsuit suing Amazon for antitrust violation, breach of contract, and unlawful business interference. It's also asking a U.S. federal judge to reinstate the platform. Now, Brian, money flow, also a key part of the president's and his supporters' ecosystem. Tech is taking action here as well. Shopify and PayPal, they will not sell Trump official merchandise, while payment startup Stripe cut off the president's campaign website and fundraising arms, and this thus cutting off a lucrative source of income, which you could argue is perhaps one of the biggest moves. Now, over the last few days, this coordinated blocking represents tech's most aggressive steps yet to purge misleading content and accounts. But as the Parler suit represents, critics argue that it is arbitrary and monopolistic, Brian.
Deirdre Bosa, we have to leave it there. We'll look forward to following up on this story. It is a big one. Deirdre, thank you. Well, speaking of social media, or maybe we should just call these companies simply media these days, Jeffries not being scared off by the threat of any potential regulation out of Capitol Hill. One of its top picks for the year is Facebook, along with two other big names you know. And Facebook does replace Amazon really as their best idea for the year. Joining us now is Brent Thill, lead tech analyst at Jeffries. Brent, welcome. We have seen Facebook shrug off assaults from a variety of things over the years. This time feels a bit different. It doesn't sound like you believe it is. Why can Facebook prosper even in what could be a much more highly regulated environment for these companies?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Facebook today has 200 million small businesses on the platform, 10 million advertisers on the platform. So there's just simply a huge divergence in terms of those that are using it for free and that can pay.
Fucking rip.
And when you look at what's happening with Facebook Shops to let small businesses get found, it is a material opportunity to let these communities thrive while we're all working from home. So while there's a lot of negativity focused on these platforms, we think there's a lot of good that's happening, right, out of this whole ability to shift to commerce. We're also seeing, we believe, $15 of earnings power a couple of years out.
When did I go into the quote meeting?
On that, you're getting to $300 to $375 a share, price per share.
Oh, it was only an hour and 20 minutes.
Where it's at, we still think that there's upside.
So how are things going?
COVID, Amazon was our top pick last
We're only
year.
down $80 now. What's up?
We like the Facebook position. We like the negativity that typically works, and regulatory does not scare us away. Having covered Microsoft.
Who the hell is that guy? That guy sucks. All right. Woo! And we're back. All right. Do I just cut that part out when we edit? Let's see. Everybody down. Tesla crashing. Holy shit. Down 6% on the day. Let's go. Hey. Bitcoin down to 32.8. Yeah. All right. I didn't even pee myself. God, I gotta pee now. It's fine. Let me put on some lip protectant. Some lip sealant. Sorry, I got pulled into a meeting. And by pulled into a meeting, I was walking down the hall and got pulled into a meeting. So we're back. I have no idea what we were doing. Does anybody? I mean, I thought I was going to be gone for 3 minutes. Oh, that's right. We were doing this thing called credit spreads. All right. Chat, I got to pee. I got to pee before we do this. I got to pee. All right, when I get back, we're doing credit spreads, and maybe we're actually going to do a credit spread. I got to pee. So bad. Okay. What if I was gone for an hour? That would suck, wouldn't it? That would really suck. That would suck so much dick. Okay. Let's go. Put spread.
Here we are at optionsprofitcalculator.com, and there's a link to this in the description if you want to tag along.
Okay.
Ooh, that was a nice rhyme. We are going to put together some put spreads. Oh my God, I'm on fire. So you're going to go up here and click put spread, and you'll see what this all does in a moment here. But we're going to trade it on AMD because why not? That's what we've been talking about. We are going to write our put first. So we're entering a hypothetical trade, and writing is synonymous with selling to open. So we're going to select our option here. At the top, you can see all the expiration dates for all of AMD's options.
Okay.
And we are going to choose the June 21st expiration.
Why?
So on the left side, you can see calls, and on the right side, you can see puts.
Tell me why.
And right down the middle, you can see strike prices for all of those calls and puts, as well as the bid-ask price is for each of those calls and each of those puts. We're just going to focus on puts because we are creating a credit put spread. And I'm going to say put a lot during this, and I'm very sorry, especially because my pop filter isn't great. But we're going to focus on the mid price, and we want to sell an out-of-the-money put because we want to capitalize on someone else's egregious trading behavior. In other words, when someone buys an out-of-the-money put, they are making a pretty risky bet that the stock price is going to take a big downward move. And we want to capitalize on someone thinking it's going to take a larger downward move than that is actually going to happen. So we are going to sell to open the 25 strike put because we don't think that the stock price is going to trade below 25 before June 21st. So we're going to go ahead and click on that for a $38 credit. Now, we don't want to expose ourselves to the huge risk involved with selling to open a put alone, aka selling a naked put. So we want to buy one as a hedge. So let's go ahead and do that. So up here it says buy. We're going to select an option, and we're going to have the same expiration date, but we're going to buy one that's a little bit further out of the money. So since we sold the 25 strike put, we are going to buy the 24.50 for a $30 debit. So this whole trade, what do you get? Well, it was a $38 credit and a $30 debit. So the difference is an $8 credit that you get to keep if this whole trade expires worthless. Because remember, if you buy a put option and it expires worthless, you lose that $30. But if you sold one and it expires worthless, you keep the 38. So if you lost 30 but gained 38, you make $8. It's a net credit to your account. Okay, go ahead and click calculate and scroll down. So here you can see different days of the options life cycle, as well as different stock prices and your potential profit and loss given the day and stock price. So for example, if it's May 31st and it's now trading at $30, you potentially made $5 profit. Now this is affected by changes in implied volatility. If implied volatility increases, you are going to be losing money. And if it decreases, you'll be making money. So it's the exact opposite of just buying a long call or a long put. But anyway, this is a beautiful sight to behold, because here we are at the current stock price of $28.08. And even if the stock price trades sideways and down before expiration, we can still collect our entire net credit and reach our maximum profit, even though it traded down. And that's very different from a call, which I'll show you here in a second. So we just want it to trade above the strike price of the put we sold, because we want the put we sold to expire out of the money. So we want the stock price to be above the strike of the put we sold to collect our net.
This is like no money.
If you want to get really specific,
this is no fucking money. You can only make $8. This is your maximum return is $8 fucking dollars, and your maximum risk is $42 fucking dollars. What?
You actually want it to be trading above your break-even point, and you can see where your break-even point is right here. It's going to be, I don't know why I say 24.93, but it's going to be the strike of the put you sold minus the net credit. So that will give you a break-even. But realistically, if you're just doing it on the fly, you want the stock price to be trading above the strike of the put you sold. Plus, if it's trading below the strike of the put you sold, you could potentially get assigned, and we'll talk about that in a bit. So just keep in mind, keep it in your mind as you want the stock price to trade above the strike of the put you sold to collect your total premium and make your max profit. Okay, that's the rule of thumb. Okay, so the stock price is trading at or above the strike of the put you sold. You get to keep that $8. That's awesome if it expires worthless. How about how much you're risking? Well, you can see that up here. This website actually calculates it for you. You're risking $42. Now, that's noticeably bigger than the amount you can make because this is a high probability trade. You're selling an out-of-the-money put, and that makes it a high probability trade. It allows the stock price to trade sideways and even down some, and you can still end up getting your maximum credit. So you're putting a little bit more money up at risk and putting more skin in the game because it is a high probability trade. Anyway, you hit that max loss at a price of $24.50 at expiry. Now, if you remember, $24.50 is the strike price of the put you bought at. So on expiration day, you've hit your max loss if the stock price is trading at or below the strike of the put you bought. Now, this is, to put everything all in perspective, this is a call, an at-the-money call. It has the same expiration date, June 21st. Look at how much red seeps into the top side. You can't have the stock price just trade sideways. You'll hit your max loss. And in fact, you have to have it trade up quite a bit for on expiration day to have you make any money at all. And that's the beauty of credit spreads. If I could just pop back to what we were looking at. Look at that. That's so much better. It can trade sideways and down. Sure, you're only making $8, but the probability of you making that $8 is incredibly high. And we'll actually get to how you can calculate that probability here in a minute. But that's just the beauty of credit spreads. So let's...
I mean... How much money do you have to put away to do this, though? Right? Because you could all if the brokerage is only charging you $42 to have this, And you're up 19% in less than a month? That's actually not that bad. Right? Right?
Let's actually take a look and see how you can manipulate the spread to fit your risk profile and what you want out of the trade. So let's say you want to increase the risk a little bit to increase the potential profit you can make. So there's two ways you can do that. The first way is you can make it so instead of selling so far out of the money, maybe you sell a little bit closer to being in the money. So let's go ahead and see what that looks like. So instead of writing the June 21st 25 put, let's move it down $1 closer to being in the money. So let's move it down to 26. It's still out of the money, so it's not really a bad trade, but it's it's more likely that the stock price is going to hit 26 by June 21st than it is that the stock price is going to hit 25. So we also want to move our hedge down $1 as well. You can also call this put collateral for this one. I think that's actually the more common term. So go ahead and hit calculate. And now you can see our net credit is going to be $14. So you can make $14 if this whole spread expires worthless. And you're not risking as much. But the probability of this trade actually proving successful is going to be lower. It's probably still high because you can see all that green going down there, but it's going to be a little bit lower. But anyway, that's how you can increase the amount of you're risking to increase the potential amount you can make. So let's
Surely there's
make
like
it a
an
little bit more drastic.
here, right?
Let's make it in the money. So let's sell to open the 29 strike, and we will buy the 28.50. Hit calculate.
Well, that's definitely
so
going to
now
happen.
you can see you got a net credit of 29, which is great, and you're only risking $21. So it's a pretty decent trade as far as risk and reward. But if you look over here, look at that green. It's no longer dipping down into here because you want the stock price to trade up a little bit. You want it to be above the strike of the put you sold, which is $29. So you need the stock price to trade up a little bit. So the overall probability of success of this trade has gone down. And as a result, you can make more because you're less likely to make it, essentially. You're also risking less. So that's another thing. If you are uncomfortable with the amount you're risking in a high probability trade, maybe try just bringing the strikes a little bit closer in the money so that you're not risking as much. Okay, here we are at our original trade here.
Okay.
Let's say we don't feel comfortable moving our strikes up. We like the idea of keeping our selling the 25 strike put because we don't think the stock price is going to be going below 25. And we just don't like the idea of reducing our probability of success by increasing the strike of the put we sold. So we want to keep the strike of the put we sold right where it is. Well, you can do that and still increase risk to increase potential profits. And how do we do that? Well, we increase the distance between our strikes. So we're going to keep the 25 put because we like that one. But we're going to buy a bit of a further out of the money put as a hedge. So we bought the 24.50 originally. Let's go ahead and buy the 22 instead.
Jesus.
Now, we bought a further out of the money put, which is going to be cheaper, and that's going to increase our net credit. So it increases the amount we could potentially make. So now if both of these expire worthless, we get to keep $30. However, if you hit calculate there, our maximum risk is now significantly more. It's going to be $270 at a price of $22 at expiry. Remember, this is the strike of the put we bought. So we still keep the high probability trade. If the stock price is still trading above 25 on expiration day, it expires worthless and we keep our credit. However, even though we have a high probability trade, if we end up being wrong, our max loss is going to be a lot more. So those are two ways you can increase your risk to increase your potential profits. Let's do a little bit of a...
But you never go all the way to the end, right, chat? You always get out of your option positions before expiry. Is what I've learned from you all. That's what I've learned from you all, so it doesn't fucking matter. I would do this for your first option trade. If you want options, buy call on a stock you want to own 100 shares of. There is no stock I can think of that I want to own. We went through this last time. Magic Man, there is no stock on this planet that I want to own 100 shares of. I've decided this. There's just not. Especially for my, I want to only spend $600. Look at the account. You have to remember, we're also not dealing with unlimited fucking money here, right? 100 shares of Sky? Are you kidding me? I'm not throwing $10,000 at that shit. Yeah, no. No. I'm not going to have $10,000 invested in Sky or whatever. There's no fucking way. What? There's no fucking way, dude. How expensive are these? $1,270 to buy this one right here. In the money, baby. We're in the money, baby. Yo, Derek, thank you so much for 4 months.
7x4Z.
I appreciate it. They practice opening positions close to 45 days to expiration in the monthly cycle. Then managing at 21 days to expiry or at 50% max profit, whichever comes first. I don't know what that means. So that one further down for $440. How far out of the money is it and how long to go up? Okay. 440 is $4 out of the money. It's got to go up by April. But it's got to go up to $104.40 to make my money back. So my question is, I guess our question is it going to go up by $8 by April the 16th, 2021? And then I don't remember how you calculate profit out of that. And you're always losing money because of theta. So you have to fight against theta. Right? The number goes down as time goes down. So you have to fight against theta. Well, let's see. We could actually do this, right? Analyze, buy, trade, single. So here is what it looks like at the end, I suppose. This is a weird graph. Why is it like, oh, okay. Here, under the sea. So at $104.39, you make nothing. You make fucking nothing. I guess it is leverage though, so you make like a ton of money if it goes pretty high. Right? Okay. Should we go back to this guy? I did. That's an interesting optimization strategy, and I like it. I like rules. Rules are good. Are you trying to earn stock money or premium money? Money. Just money. Yeah, just money.
Real life trade-ish, or make it simulate a real.
I have put credit spread on GME. I sold the 15 put and bought the 13 put on the 19th, so $2 wide. Max profit is 85 cents. Max loss is 115. I'll manage it if I make about $40. By manage, you mean delete? You mean like you'll get out of the position? Is that what manage means? You'll close your position if you're at half profit. Or at 50%, whichever comes first. So you close it no matter what, 21 days out. That's an interesting strategy. But everybody's doing that. You said everybody's doing that. That's a strategy everyone's doing. Why do you want to follow a strategy that everybody's doing? Right? Theta is exponential, so if you're fighting against it, the last 3 weeks are the worst for you. Oh, I see. Okay. Other than using the wheel, I find earning premium money to be more reliable. Isn't earning premium money basically the spreads that we were talking about? Because that's earning somebody else that you just get paid the premium. Under the sea. Call spread and put spread with actual numbers, the bottom two strategies, not the Greek letter. Theta is time decay. As you get closer and closer, the value goes down, which makes the value of what you're... It basically means that the possibilities go down. Okay, let's go back to what this guy's saying so we can try to understand one thing at a time.
Using a stock chart here so you can get the whole scope of how you might actually do it. So this is AMD. Let's say you saw this pop up. It fell down a little bit. You see a doji. You think it's going to keep continuing the upwards direction. And in fact, you don't think it's going to go below this price right here. Let's just put a line there. Within the next 2 days. And in fact, AMD has options that are expiring on May 31st, which is this day right here. So if you don't think it's going to trade below this, well, what you can do is you can sell a put with the strike close to this price. So let's go ahead and say we're going to sell the 27.50. We'll give ourselves a little room to breathe. So let's go back to options profit calculator and see what that looks like. So we're going to sell the 27.50. So let's go ahead and write. We're going to select our option, click on May 31st. We're selling the 27.50, and we're going to buy the, go back to May 31st. We're going to buy the 27 as a hedge here. So now if things trade above 27.50 by 2 days from now, it can expire worthless and you get to keep your $11 credit.
Why would you do something so close to the end?
If you look back here at the stock chart, if things bounce around and end up actually going down here within the next 2 days, you may end up hitting your max loss of $39. So that's how you would do it. Now, let's get into assignment because it's important to note that when you're trading credit spreads like this close to their expiration dates, if they do expire in the money, you do incur a loss. And we're going to talk about what that loss is here. Let's go ahead and talk about assignment. And to do this, we have to refresh everybody on what it's like to exercise an in-the-money put. So let's go ahead and do that. So here, let's say you hypothetically bought a put with a $10 strike price. And if you remember, a put gives you the right, but not the obligation, or in other words, you can, but you don't have to. Sell 100 shares at the strike price. So that's what a put gives you the right to do. And you can do that with an in-the-money put for a profit. And you can see that this put is in the money because hypothetically the stock price is currently trading at $9. And since the strike is above the stock price, it is in the money. So let's go ahead and exercise this option for a profit. So we're going to sell 100 shares at the current stock strike price, which will result in a $1,000 credit to our account. Okay. This also leaves us in a short position. We are short stock. We did not own 100 shares to begin with. We sold short 100 shares at that strike price. So let's say we don't want to be short, or we just want to close the position to capitalize on profiting from exercising this option. So we just want to buy to close this position. So we're going to buy 100 shares at the current stock price because that's the only stock price you can buy it at, unless you have other options in play. So let's go ahead and do that. You buy 100 shares at $9, and that's going to be a $900 debit. So you received $1,000 for selling 100 at $10, and you paid $900 for buying 100 at $9. Well, the net difference is going to be a $100 credit to your account. So you made $100 off of exercising this in the money put, and in fact, that's what it's always going to be if you're exercising a put that is $1 in the money. But let's talk a little bit more about what assignment is. You did not sell you did not sell the stock to just the air. Someone bought them from you, bought them from you, and it was the person who sold the put to you. So let's say you are the put seller. Instead of you buying this put, you sold this put. And let's say the person you sold this put to exercised it on you, just like we just did. Well, what would happen? Well, instead of you selling 100 shares at $10, you would have to buy 100 shares at $10 because you're buying it from the option buyer. So that would be a debit trade. You'd pay $1,000 to buy those shares from him. And then you want to go ahead and close your position. You have to sell those 100 shares back to the market, and you have to sell them at the current stock price. And you have to sell them, so that makes it a credit trade. So you sold it for $900. And if you bought it for $1,000 and sold for $900, then the difference is going to be basically a $100 loss. So that's the exact opposite of what happens for a put buyer. And that's the case if you are assigned a put that is $1 in the money, you lose $100. So how does this exactly play out when you're doing it in credit spreads? Well, let's talk about that. So being assigned on a credit put spread involves both exercising a put and being assigned a put. So it kind of combines both the things we were just talking about. Look at me, I was thinking ahead. So let's go ahead and run through an example to tie everything together. So let's say the stock price is trading at $10 and we have a credit put spread open. So we sold a put at the $12 strike and we bought a put at the $11 strike. So this is in the money. This put that we sold is in the money. And let's say we get assigned that put that we sold. So we have to buy 100 shares at $12 because it's the opposite of exercising a put. We have to buy 100 shares at $12. So let's do that.
Is this relevant? This is what happens at the end. But this is just math. I don't understand why assignment is a thing. It's like, duh. Like, you lose. You lose. It didn't reach where you said it was going to reach. You lose, right? You lose, don't you?
Talking about how you can increase your risk to. Let's go down. Let's sell the 20 up here. Remember, the strike of our short leg is 31.
Oh,
so let's say it's trading at 32.
All right, it's the same thing but reversed. I think I'm filling my head with too much bullshit. Is what's happening. Chat. Under the sea. If I were to buy this, I'm curious. If I click this, how does it affect my... It doesn't tell you how it affects your buying power. I think if I click confirm and send, it will tell me, but I don't want to accidentally click it and it doesn't do it. You know what I mean? Okay. Should we try doing a spread? I think I understand how they work. What do you guys think? Should we do a put spread? Or I could just literally just buy SKYY and call it a day. I could just buy 7 of these to spend my $700. Call it a day. What do you think? Good? Should we do Tesla puts? I don't know what sort of where to do it though. You know? You know what I mean? Wait, you're buying a wait, what? You sell a high one and buy a low one. I just don't understand how much it's gonna like cost, I guess, in the end. In the end, I don't know how much it's gonna cost. You sell closer to in the money and you buy further away. Right. Okay, I had that correct. All right, what was that website? What's this website called? He hit it. This motherfucker. Wait, did he hit it? Hide it? Didn't he say he was... Did he say he was going to post it here? What's this website? Oh, hello. Put spread. I don't even remember what I was looking at. SPY. Okay. So let's say we're looking at February 26th. I'm just making this up. Okay. And we are going to we're writing, so we're selling a put at, say, 374. Wait, why 19 Feb? Why that one? Why that one? What's wrong with whatever I did, 26 Feb? Why would you choose one over the other? This is important. I don't know why. It's a monthly? Wait, what? Does monthly mean more volume? What does monthly mean? How do you know it's monthly? It doesn't say anything about that. How do you know? Jesus Christ, there's way more in this one. Well, this one above it doesn't say weekly either, but it's got jack shit. Have you ever seen Schitt's Creek? I have seen Schitt's Creek. And I've rowed up a paddle. Rowed without a paddle or something paddle. Oh my gosh, so many. Okay. Let's say I go to the 374 and I'm buying the 373. This is for testes purposes. So I get a credit of 29 cents. So this means I can earn $29. Oh, I see. Maximum risk of $71. If it goes down there, it's instant. Like, you look at how quickly you just go yoink, loss. Holy shit. Incredible. Look at how quickly you can lose money. Okay. So what if I change this now? What if I stay at 374? But this one, I do 370. So you can make more money, but you have more risk. Holy shit, if you just get out the day before, though, you save half your money. Good Lord. That's crazy. So basically, market's up, you're in the money. Market's down, you're out of the money. Wait, so you're up. You instantly get your maximum because you're writing it. You instantly get your maximum, and then they're just taking it from you. Get the hell out at 50. Well, you could also do a trailing whatever, right? I mean, this isn't so bad, right? Should we do it? Our maximum risk is $293. Does this look like a reasonable thing to do? I think the markets are going to go up. So what am I doing here? I'm competing against people who are YOLOing. Is that what this spread does? The spread competes against people who are YOLOing, I guess. Right? Boy, I'll tell you what though, this is a much easier way of looking at it than that stupid graph thing that the fucking Thinkorswim shows you. That's for fucking sure. If Ivy is low, it's a good time to buy. I remember that. If Ivy is high, it's a good time to write. Is Ivy high right now? What do you guys think? Should we give it a shot? Look at February 4th. Oh yeah, that makes sense, right? Because you want to do this a few weeks in advance. So, I mean, basically, if it stays where it's at, you don't lose anything. And as it gets closer, you gain. Oh, that's very interesting. I mean, the worst that happens is we lose, in this case, $293. I just don't know how it functionally holds up my stuff. You know what I mean? You can look up the IV rank at marketchameleon.com. What the fuck? Why are all these websites not just together? You know? Get your trade ideas. SPY. IV rank 33% moderate. I don't know what that means. Wait, what the fuck is Market Chameleon? Trade ideas, scanning news, and custom watch lists. What the fuck? Best by theoretical edge? What the fuck am I looking at? SPY 30-day IV 19.2. I don't know what that's out of. Is that a good number? Most hold the difference as collateral, so TD would likely hold 291. Oh, they wouldn't charge, they wouldn't like hold fucking thousands of dollars. Shit. I don't know what edge is. Theoretical edge. What?
Toys Ruskid X37.
No idea what I'm looking at. Yo, Toys R Us Kid, thanks for 37 months of support. What's up? It's a defined risk trade. I bet you need to put it in as a spread for it to do that. All right, well, let's just see what this looks like. Is there a way to like optimize this? I guess probably not, right? There's no way to optimize a spread. It's just kind of whatever you feel like, right? Under the sea. Spread price 107. So the most I can make out of this is that $107 or is it 107 like? Maximum return is $107 and I have to invest $293. Yeah, I have to invest $293 to get 107. God, that sounds like a good deal. But then again, you can just lose it. Look at how quickly you can just lose it all, baby. If it goes down at all, you lose. Can we assume in the next month that SPY is going higher? Is the S&P 500 going higher in the next month? Yes? I don't think so. That's really what okay, interesting. Okay, so now really what we're doing is we're saying, do we think these, oh, this is so interesting. Do we think the S&P 500 is going to go up? Oh, this is so interesting. Do we think the oh my gosh. Ha! Do you think the S&P 500 is going to go up in the next month? Great. If you do, spend $300 to make a maximum of $107. Rather than purchasing, how much would you need fucking for that to go up to make that much money? You would need to invest way more money into SPY just as a stock to get the similar or same return. Because it's leveraged, basically. Because you're leveraging it. It's 100 stock that you're playing with. I love this. I think we just need to do it. I just don't know what to pick for the numbers here. I guess I'm maximally willing to risk like $600. But what is this option finder? This is not going to find spreads. Yeah, this isn't going to find spreads. If I think the stock price is going to be $385 and I'm willing to risk. This gives you a $24 return. This gives you a $24 return. Long calling. $35 return. $33 return. So 5.6% return on just calls, where you can make way more doing this, a put spread, right? Oh my God. Dog is freaking out. We're good. Yeah, December 2023, because it's so far away. With just a call. All right. So I could also bring this up closer. Because if it gets down there, we're screwed. But I think SPY will be higher. Should we just do this? Should we do this exact trade that I just picked out here? What do you guys think? Thoughts? It's only going to tie up How much does it tie up? It ties up only $300. And it seems like it's kind of fun. And here's the thing. How do you guys remember to go back and look at it? Okay, let's do this. Is this a trade you guys would make if you were using my money? That's a terrible question. Is this a trade you would make if you were using your own money? Am I allowed to ask that? Exclamation mark disclaimer. Probably not. Why not? It's too what? It's too something. It's too little skin in the game. What is it? I might search for something with higher IVR. The fuck is IVR? Oh, wait a second. Chat, I have to look at my calendar. I did not realize it was already 11:30. Holy shit. So I'm supposed to get off. Uh-oh. 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 That is not good. You're not the best at picking direction? What do you mean? I understand nothing but take my money. I would use Schwab and do simple trades. What do you mean you would use Schwab and do simple trades? You would do the stuff we've already been doing? Like just buying and selling ETFs and stock? Meh. I mean, I get how that's fun. But we're trying to learn more. We do need to get technical at some point, though. We probably should look at technical analysis at some point. It's not as cool, but it makes money. I'm up $727 from a week from today. A week. I've been trading Coursera. They just IPO'd. Yeah, they like doubled their fucking money, dude. Specifically, Coursera did. Literally doubled their money, didn't they? Oh, shit. 1409. They tripled their money. Woo! Baby. Baby, I tripled my fucking money on Corsair stocks. There's a lot of people actually trading in puts on Corsair. Maybe we should trade puts on Corsair. That'd be kind of fun. Anyway, chat, I actually don't have time to do this. I actually have to go. So we're going to have to do this. It's a little too close to the at the money price. You'll make more in premium, but have less room to be right. The further away your strikes are the current price, the less premium you collect, but it gives you more room to be correct. I mean, I can see that. Like if we were to go instead of 770 or instead of 374, we dropped it down to like here. Holy shit, that's so far. 360 and we signed 350. But look, your maximum risk is so much higher. You have to wager, you have to put more money out there, which I guess is fine. What is that? 14 divided by 86. That's still a 16% return on your investment over the course of like whatever. Maximum return. That's the width of the strikes, $10 wide. What do you mean? Oh, you would do a $10 width? No, they're $5. Wait, what? Some of these are $5 at the end. These are all $1 width. What? like a here. So you're putting on the line 168 to get 32. Wait, isn't that the same fucking thing? No, it's 20. Yeah, that's the same fucking thing. That's literally the same numbers. Wait, did I say 16 before or 19 before? I don't know. Anyway, okay. We'll talk about this. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll execute on this tomorrow. I got to run. Thank you all so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to leave you all with some music, I suppose. But I got to skedaddle. Right now, the Work With Me stream is live. So if you want to go there, go here. There's Work With Me. And then if you want to watch last week's VODs, they're here. And then if you want to go into the Discord, it's there. Okay, there's all the links. Thank you guys for hanging out. I really got to go. I appreciate you all being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow where I will not skip half the fucking stream. I kind of promise. Okay? Kind of. Only kind of. All right. Hey, everybody, take it easy. Have a good one. Peace out. All those things. Bye. Goodbye. Bye? Yes. Bye-bye.